the difference you want over here, and what I'm gonna try to focus on over here is like I want more engagement. Like I don't want to copy you. Yeah. Yeah. I just want to feel like you're having a cup of coffee with us. You're like two friends getting together. Yeah. I know. Close. Yeah. I get it. I'll feel it out, right? We'll start in like 5-6 minutes. Roughly. Yeah. I want to get people sit down quick question for you guys. I want everyone to raise their hands if they're holding any crypto right now. So it's 2017. Now keep your hands raised if you had in 2016. Keep it raised if you had 2015. What about 2014? Let's go way back there. 2013? We got like 6 people here in a huge crowd of people that had cryptocurrencies in 2013. So we've come a long way in these couple of years. I remember the first Bitcoin meetup group I went to. I'm from Toronto. I think there was about like 7 people at that meetup. We just had a meetup roughly 2 weeks ago, and we filled out 800 people in this meetup capacity. So the need for cryptocurrency, the yearning for this education, the need for this technology to spread around the world is catching like hot fire. And today is a really remarkable day where we have a Bitcoin just surpassed $10,000. Let's get a big round of applause. $10,000. Total cryptocurrency market cap exceeds $300 billion. And they're calling us crazy when Bitcoin was $200. There's a meme, actually, Cointelegraph just put it up if you check it out. It's like, is cryptocurrency too expensive? $200? That's too expensive. Is it too expensive? $500? Too expensive. Is 1,000 too expensive? 2,000 too expensive. 4,000 too expensive. Oh, can I buy right now? It's at $10,000. So I'm very excited for the conference today. We have an amazing lineup of people, remarkable group of people, remarkable panelists that we have today. And I'm very humbled that you guys flew all around the world to come to Singapore. I know many of you have spent, myself included, I spent 24 hours on the plane to get here. 14 hours to Hong Kong, 2-hour layover, another 4 hours to Singapore, then another half an hour to the airport. I don't know where I am, discombobulated, next you know when I'm on stage. So I just want to congratulate you for coming to this amazing conference that Cointelegraph events are putting on. And I just want to tell you guys that we have an amazing group of speakers coming on today, an amazing group of panelists coming on today, and I want to invite the first group of people coming on the stage today, and that is, we have Adi Krizzi, which you guys know. He's running Cointelegraph events. He's pretty much running this whole conference over here. We have Maria Jones. And finally, we have Lee Won. So everybody, please give a big round of applause for these 3.
So, hi everyone. My name is Adi Krizzi, and I'm the CEO at BlockShow by Cointelegraph. Oh, you even don't know how I'm really delighted to see such a huge audience at BlockShow here in Singapore. Actually, we have more than 1,500 people registered, so it's a huge audience. And we have 70 companies in the exhibition hall. So up to now, that's the biggest blockchain expo ever. It will be opened like after this speech. So the slogan of BlockShow by Cointelegraph is window to the global blockchain world. I guess you've seen it on the website and in the entrance, right? So what does it mean for me? It means that BlockShow as an event, as a platform, is built to connect different worlds, different countries, Asia and global world, right? So I hope that today you will spend your time, you will spend time with value, network with people in that networking zone, enjoy our fun zone, right? Visit the second stage where all of the startup pitches will be held. Take a look at the exhibition area where 70 blockchain companies and even a tokenized Lamborghini is placed. So, yeah, it's a crazy times. And I'm really grateful and thank you all for joining us today, tomorrow, at our after parties. And just let's have a great show. Yep.
Dear all, I'm so happy to welcome you at BlockShow Asia in the sunny Singapore today. So here I see those who want to change the world. Am I right? Come on! those who create the future here and now. And we at Cointelegraph are so happy and always here to support any innovative ideas of yours. And it's a sunny day today, and the sun is rising here, and
Sun is rising.
and we're happy to see you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria.
Wow, it's really a lot of people here. I know your expertise, contributors, and big fans of blockchain from all around the world to here to see the great view of BlockShow Asia. We get here because of the spirit of blockchain. We want to build a distributed, transparent, reliable, trustable, and safe database to make the world a better place. So as co-founder of HN and founder of SafeCell, I sincerely welcome everyone to be here and have prepared a surprising gifts to all the people who passing by the showing station of HN and next room. And hope everyone here can have an extraordinary experience. And let's show up. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thanks. So Amir, you can come to the stage. That's your stage now. My show, your stage.
I just want to thank you for those beautiful words, which reminds me for all of us over here is, we've come a long way since Satoshi Nakamoto released his white paper. It's been years and years. And obviously right now the cryptocurrency ecosystem is exploding. You have cryptocurrencies are going 100% overnight. You're having brand new people joining our ecosystem, but reminds me of the fact of being humble as well, right? We have to stay humble. It's taken us quite a long time to get here, and we have a very long way to go. And I'm a firm believer in creating more, let's say, collaborative ecosystems. So one thing I see in the cryptocurrency space I really don't like is you have these in-groups. You have the Bitcoin people, you have the Ethereum people, you have all these different in-groups. It reminds me of different kids, like small kids. My way or the highway, it's all me, 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 me. Where what I like to propose instead is we work together as a team. We're all going for the same goal. We want a better, brighter future for our civilization, and blockchain technology offers this. Offers a world a better choice. For the first time ever, you and I have a choice. So we can choose what type of currency we want to use. We can hold our own private identity inside of our phones. It's a remarkable time to live in. We're living in one of the most beautiful times ever, I repeat this, ever in human civilization. So once again, I just reach out to you guys, just please stay humble and let's work more collaboratively, work together as opposed to working opposed to each other. So our first major speaker we're going to have tonight is Lee Wan. He's going to be giving our talk tonight, or
Sure.
right now. And let me do a quick little bio on him. So Lee Wan, he's the founder of SelfCell, a partner in A-Chain, technology and solution experts on the blockchain. I want everyone to give a big round of applause for Lee Wan.
Yeah. Let's go.
So, everyone, it's my to be here to give you a speech. And actually, this speech should be given by Tony Cui, who is the founder of HN. And because he cannot make it here, and asked me to give his best hope to all your guests, and let me to give the speech. Okay? And we know that it's since the birth of Bitcoin, it's more than 9 years. We have witnessed 9 years of development of the blockchain. And so many things happened. And what will happen is the next 10 years. That's the problem. I think everyone come here to have the problem, to have a question. Why we are here? What's the message we want to get from this conference? And for us, we want to do something to answer this question. So that's why we give you this forking and interconnection. Better future of blockchain. Okay. And next page. Can I have the page adapter? Okay. Maybe let me give a brief introduction about A-chain. A-chain, what A-chain is, and what A-chain has accomplished in the past, and what will become in the future. Based in Asia, A-chain Foundation have found at the year 2014, and in the past 3 years, we have consecutively won the first prize of China Blockchain Competitive. Thank you. And have been the first to propose the adipose consensus mechanism, which is forward advancement of depose, which makes the performance of transaction to be 1,000 per second. It's a really high TPS, and we have in the past we have already have more than 13 projects who is now based on A-chain. So they are from different areas. They focus on different application, and we have already built a community all over the world, consists with more than 20,000 users and volunteers. Okay, and in the last 9 years, we have witnessed the growth of the blockchain. We can see from the blockchain 1.0 to blockchain 2.0. That is from the consensus of data to consensus of procedure, or maybe consensus of logic. So what will happen in the future? That's what we are considering in the last continuous in the last 3 years. As activity participant in this area, we want to do something to add this. And before that, I want to give you 2 facts. Maybe most of you have already know the facts. So how many blockchain projects we have in the world? As the number on coin market cap, the number is 1,324 at least. Actually, the number should be more. So there are so many projects. They focus on different areas of application. And there's almost non-possibility challenge to form a single platform to meet the requirements of all various of projects. Another factor is since Bitcoin Cash split from Bitcoin August 1st this year, it changed a lot. It makes the performance of Bitcoin to go higher because it increases the size of block from 1 megabytes to 8 megabytes. But another change is about the industry. So it's become popular trend to fork from other projects. I think maybe many of us think it's not a good idea, because at the very beginning, our spirit of blockchain is consensus. It's the same version of data as so important. So we can see there are two things. So many of different projects under the trend to fork from other projects. Maybe they can give us some hints or some inspiration. So that's the beginning of design for the next version of blockchain. Okay, here's another data. We come from the global industry categorization system. There are 67 industry in the world, and which goes to 147 sub-industries. You can see there are so many industries with different needs, different requirements. It's impossible to support so many applications with the same system. So what we can do? Maybe how we to meet the various needs of single platform. That's where HN want to do something. On that, HN is trying to form a new platform. And with the platform, it can be so flexible that we can fork from original one. But now I can see there are two types of things. The first one is the technical part. Fork or not, different type of data. The second one is about human thing. That is consensus or not. So what I want to tell is that fork doesn't equal to unconsensus, which means we can be consensus about not fork. Also, we can be consensus about forking. So that's a key point. So if you understand the difference about these two concepts, maybe we can find out a better way to solve this problem. Thanks to Darwin and his theory. His theory gave us a well understanding about the pattern of evolution from a single cellular to a multicellular organisms. So, like that, all the living things, they adapt to filter the change of the environment. So like that, you can see HN as a species, and you can see the forking of HN as a genetic variation to adapt to meet the different requirement of different applications. So maybe it's too complex to understand the biological thing. I don't want you guys to go back to find your notebook, but it's another way to explain it. You can see HN as the Sun Wukong, Monkey King. Maybe the most famous characteristic in Chinese literature. You know, Sun Wukong has such ability that he can become so many multiple copy of himself, which we can see the thing like forking of HN. So there are two problems. The first one is how we do the forking exactly. The second one is how we connect different blockchain network together. So the first one is forking. So if there is an application who want to fork from a chain, that is a screenshot. First, she should this project should propose a forking request to the A-chain network, and all the nodes receive the request. We will examine whether this request can fit for the VEP. I will explain what is VEP later. And if it's approved, then all the nodes received the request will become consensus about to form a new data of the new forking, which means they prepare the node, prepare the consensus mechanism, and prepare the height of the blockchain, so that where the information block carrier can form, and then there will be a form block. At this part, there will be a new blockchain network for forking from the original one, and supported by the nodes, all the nodes by the original network. So that is working. There is a proposal, and the proposal must follow some rules, and then there will be examination of all the nodes. When it's approved, then they will go to next station to form the data of consensus. And after the data of consensus, they will go different way. And both of the original chain and the new chain network, they will be supported by the nodes of the original network. So that's a process. And next one is how we connect the different network of the blockchain. So that's important, it's very, very important. So that's where I talk about VEP. VEP means Value Exchange Protocol. So before there's a new fork from the original chain, they must follow the VEP. So you can see each blockchain network can be seen as a node of our original concept. And the VEP can be the consensus mechanism between the new node or between the new network. So if you follow the same protocol as the initializing of the new chain, which means two chains, two networks, they can exchange data. So that's why important. We trying so hard to build the value transfer from different network, but it's so hard to. But until now there's no really good relationship of such thing, because the blockchain they use different methods between different blockchain. But if all the blockchain, when they formed, they follow the same rules to exchange, it's much easier. Each blockchain can be the node, and the VEP can be the consensus mechanism between them. So with the VEP, we can transfer data from node to node. And maybe in the future, we can also include data outside of the network. Another thing is that for the EVP, we can transfer contract. We can follow the contract between different network. That is a cloud chain smart contract communication. Okay, so you can see there are two things to do. The first, we follow the same rule to build a new chain from the original one. Second, we use the same rule, the same protocol to communicate between the different blockchain. Okay, so here is the stages of HM, what we are going to do in the future. So we use the concept of universe. The first step is singularity. Second is galaxy. And finally, we will go to cosmos. And now, HN, the technical stages is between the singularity and the galaxy. And at the singularity, we have accomplished stable and well-performed smart contract system and blockchain, basic blockchain foundation. And on the next stage, on the galaxy, we will try to build the forking mechanism to let another new project to fork from the original one. And the third stage, all the forks from the original one, they can communicate with each other. So that is the 3 stages of HN. Okay, you can see that HN is not only bottom level blockchain, but it's already supporting more than 13 projects on different areas. Some are on the digital assets performance, and some is about the credit falling and credit sharing, and some may be very creative about to invest into humans themselves. So there are many projects based on HN. So here is what we have done, what we will do in the future. And I mentioned a concept that is maybe not easy to accept nowadays, because in the past we all see fork as a bad thing. So what I want to say is that blockchain system is also a software. So most of us we know something about engineering. So the process of software is to be the first version, next version, and next version it should be upgraded consistently, because we need to make it to fill the need of the requirement. So how we upgrade blockchain if it's so hard to be consensus? That's a key point. Forking is a good way to upgrade, but it must be on the consensus. So here we will try to build a forking mechanism under great consensus, so that we fork on the technical part, but still we are a strong community. We share the same idea, and we support for each other. So which makes every new project forking from the original one, they will get full support by the original community. So fork technically, but keep consensus on our human side. That's what HN will do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Give another round of applause. So a little bit housekeeping I want to do. So there's 2 things I want to address. Number 1, there is another room, so there's other talks over there if you guys want to check it out. And number 2, we do have the exhibit open, so we have a bunch of booths over there to check out. And I want to talk about a little bit about social media. So if you guys see anything cool, hear anything cool, use the hashtag BlockShow Asia on Twitter. And I'm pretty excited about our next talk. It really has me fired up, and I'm going to do a quick little bio, because we're going to be talking about EOS. So, our guest coming on stage right now, his name is Joshua Levin. He's a senior analyst at EOS. He's also senior analyst at II5 Hong Kong. Pardon me if I butchered that, which is currently working with Block One to assist in development of EOS, blockchain software. He has been involved in the product development space since 2010, managing distributed teams to deliver digital solutions in a variety of industries and markets. Prior to getting involved in software, Josh worked as a professional political operative in the United States. Are you sure you're not CIA? Sounds like it. A consultant for several NGOs in the fundraising event planning. Originally from Boston, he has lived and worked in Hong Kong for 8 years. Please, everybody, give a big applause for Joshua Levin.
Friends coming together, and I've checked the weather.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. So my name is Josh. I'm going to talk a little bit today about decentralization and really why we find this concept exciting and where we see it impacting products and software development on real-world applications. So are we playing? Someone get that back up? So a little bit about myself. As Amir said, I work in product development. I've worked in the capacity of an analyst and a team manager on a number of projects in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, and also on some global projects. I've been involved in the blockchain space, helping work in product teams for about a year now, and I actually find the space super interesting and super exciting, and it's sort of reinvigorated my passion to deliver value to users and to really sort of help solve people's problems. Before I get started, just need to say, there is an ongoing EOS token distribution. I'm not going to be talking about it today. Thank you. I'm not going to be talking about it today, and I want to be clear that this talk is not a solicitation for any investment, and that it shouldn't be seen as such. Really, we are here to talk about the software and to help find developers who are excited, just as excited as we are, to deliver on the promises of decentralization. So I want to start with talking about where we find ourselves today with centralized technology platforms. And these are platforms that we see really all of the tech giants of our age. Some companies we're all familiar with, Uber, Airbnb, Twitter, GitHub. Basically, the way that these services work is all the same. And I'm just going to use Uber as an example today. So in the Uber that we're all familiar with, you have value creators, essentially the drivers, the people who take people from point A to point B. You have value extractors. These are the riders, so the people who actually benefit. I myself am an Uber user, so I'm a benefit. I'm an extractor there. And these parties communicate via a centralized system, a central server that matches them together. And then that matching is a value creation event. So the company itself exists, the shareholders, the beneficiaries. Essentially what they're doing is extracting a certain amount of profit. They use that central service or server to extract some profit off of that value creation event. So what's the problem with that? In a centralized technology platform, you see the beneficiaries and the users are split. They actually have a set of misaligned incentives. So in the case of an Uber, the driver just wants to get as many riders as possible. They want the fees to be as low as possible. For me personally, as a rider, I just want the ride to be as cheap and as accessible as possible. I don't know what the situation is like in Singapore, but in Hong Kong, taxis are everywhere. And more often than not, when I call an Uber, I'll end up just canceling the ride and taking a taxi that shows up in 5 minutes in front of me. That's not really a great way to grow my interest in the system. In fact, the only reason that the system exists is to create profit for the beneficiaries. So, excuse me, without that profit, this centralized system would not exist, and all of the benefit that comes to the value extractors and the value creators would simply disappear. The other piece is that, as I said, there's no user vested interest. There's no reason for me, there's no value for me if Uber succeeds. The only value that I could ever theoretically get would be maybe a couple of extra rides. But that's not really a compelling reason for me to be personally invested or personally interested in the outcome of Uber as a system. So in 2014, our CTO, Block One CTO, Dan Larimer, introduced the concept of a decentralized autonomous collective, or DAC, sometimes called a decentralized autonomous corporation or organization. Just for the sake of today, I'll be calling it a DAC. Basically, these are organizations that exist without that centralized software. Let's take a look at what would happen in the case of an Uber in a decentralized system. So again, we start with the same actors. We have the value creators, the drivers, the value extractors, the riders. But rather than using a centralized server, they exist together in a piece of open source code. And that open source code handles the matching and also handles the value transfer. So these are the tokens that'll go back and forth. So as a rider, I can purchase tokens, and then I can give those tokens to the driver, and then those drivers can sell the tokens back to the riders. And this way we have essentially created a closed economy. Now, this has a couple of important pieces. The reason you use open source code for this and not a centralized server, first of all, it's transparent. Secondly, it's auditable. So the key here is that anybody can take a look at the code and find out what's happening and why. Everything's completely open, which makes it trustworthy. And finally, the most important piece is that it's inclusive. That means that anybody can participate as an owner, as a beneficiary of this network. Now, in the case of our centralized Uber, when that ride happens and the fee is taken out, that's money, that's value that leaves the network. And it leaves it basically forever unless the beneficiaries decide to funnel it back in. In the case of a decentralized Uber, that value stays within the network and can then be used to benefit the actual users. So in a decentralized Uber, the users and the beneficiaries are the same people. And this creates a very different incentive structure. So now, instead of having shareholders who are looking to maximize fees versus riders who are looking to have the cheapest rides possible versus drivers, basically a whole bunch of people who are fighting to get their piece of the pie out of this, everybody involved has an aligned incentive for the network to grow. And their behavior can change as a result of this. So now, myself again as a rider, I have an unprecedented vested interest in the success of the platform. When that taxi comes in front of me, I'm not going to cancel my ride. I'm going to stay in my decentralized Uber. I'm going to wait for that ride because the fact that the ride happened impacts me personally. Excuse me. What's more, you're able to leverage a larger pool of innovation. So in the case of the centralized Uber, the way that Uber gets better is by hiring employees and paying them out of the profits or paying them out of investor money. Those employees don't really benefit terribly much if Uber does worse or it does better. Maybe in the case of a stock option, maybe they get lucky and there's an exit. But in the case of a decentralized system, you can actually create an incentive pool and take some of the value that's created and kept in the network. That value can be given to people with proposals for how to make the system more efficient or how to make it more valuable. So if I'm a developer, I could come in and say, look, I think that our decentralized Uber is great, but really we should have support for commercial vehicles in Singapore. Here's what I'd like to implement, and here's how many tokens I'd like back in return. Then I can propose a smart contract, upload that into the system, and then I get paid out when that's done. This has two major impacts. The first one is that it makes me as a developer much more flexible. I can now bring my expertise to any number of projects. And secondly, because I'm being paid in ownership rather than being paid just in money, I have a significantly higher interest, a higher incentive to make sure that the product I produce is of actual value and actually delivers for the platform. The better I do, the better my pay is. The same is true for non-technical actors. So somebody could come in and say, look, our decentralized Uber is awesome. I want to bring it to Hong Kong. And to do that, I'm going to buy a bunch of billboards and I'm going to start advertising. And here's how many tokens I'd like to do that. And the community can essentially vote on that proposal and decide to allocate a certain amount of tokens to that person. So that means that significantly more than just the small employee base is contributing to the success of this decentralized Uber. So in our opinion, that makes it a significantly more efficient and more competitive beast than what you're going to see with the existing centralized marketplace. So I want to talk about one example. This is a product called Steemit. I'm not sure if anyone here is familiar with it. Steemit was actually one of the very first products that I saw on the blockchain. And what's really cool about this product, and it's not super obvious when you look at it, is that Steemit.com, there actually is no central server sitting behind it. Steemit.com is a block explorer. just like Etherscan is for Ethereum. But Steem, the blockchain, exists as a content system. Essentially what it is a decentralized Reddit or Medium, where basically content producers can upload their content, basically their add value to the system, and then other people can read it. And when you read it, if you like it, you upvote it, and you give a little bit of value to the person who's created the content. This whole system exists on the blockchain, so it's fully auditable. It's not censorable. It can never be taken down. And anybody can interact with the blockchain itself to create their own block explorer. There's no reason that Steemit.com needs to be the only way that people interact with that content. This website was introduced in early 2016 and quickly rose into one of the top 10,000 visited websites in the world. And that's an example of just how quickly this user-vested interest can create a cycle where more and more people are getting involved, just because when I create content on Steemit, I'm going to share it with my friends, and then those people can become Steem users. The real key with Steemit, and what I found really cool about it, is that when you use it, you have no idea that you're interacting with a blockchain. It feels like just any other Reddit or something like this. You sign up, you've got your username and password, you go in. So to me, this passes, I call it the mom test. This is basically, can my mother use this without me spending an hour on the phone with her? So Steemit she can use. Almost every other existing blockchain product she really can't. And that's where EOS comes in. EOS is a general-purpose blockchain that is intended to power multiple applications like Steemit. So essentially, EOS will handle the blockchain piece of it, and then it's up to the developer to come in and figure out how to actually interact with their users and how to create an ecosystem that generates value. The key piece with EOS, and the key piece with any decentralized organization, is that the tokens themselves are the network. In the case of EOS, the tokens represent weight or reputation in the network. Basically, your ownership of the network influences how much influence you have over the direction that the network takes. So when there's a proposal, when we're deciding as a decentralized Uber if we're going to have commercial vehicle support in Singapore, your ownership of the network indicates how much of a voice you get in making that decision. So the people who are the most incentivized for the network to do well are the ones who have the highest vote in making those decisions. In EOS also, the tokens allow you to nominate block producers. We use a consensus model called delegated proof of stake. I'm not going to dig into DPoS up here because it's pretty complicated, but I'll be at the booth if you want to come find me and talk for an hour. And the final piece is that the tokens allow you to vote on the network emission allocation. And this is what I was talking about in the proposal system. So for EOS, EOS will have a 5%, it will start with a 5% annual inflation, and that inflation can basically be voted on. The token holders decide how to use it. So if we decide as a group that we don't actually want to have inflation, somebody can propose a smart contract to just destroy that 5%, and then bam, no inflation. Separately, you can have them be for an application or basically some level of development that improves the overall network. So this is really the key for us, is that the open source nature of the code combined with the decentralization of the blockchain can create a type of organization that basically lives on its own and that brings value specifically to the people who own the network, not just and the people who use the network, not just a small subset of people who are involved in the decision making. I think we have time for a couple questions. Camira's going to point out. If anybody has any questions, please raise your hand, and I think we'll bring a mic over to you. Right down here, I think.
Thank you for the good presentation. I have a question about applications of blockchain that use many protocols. Because the decentralized organization, it's quite easy. If this only have this one application. So let's example, I would like to do decentralized exchange that will be cross-blockchain. So I will use a lot of decentralized protocols for each blockchain. And what do you think, how can I do this exchange decentralized if I don't have my own protocol? I just combine many of them.
Sorry, so let me try and repeat that just to make sure I understood you. So you're asking how you would implement a decentralized exchange on somebody else's blockchain? Or
I just want to do like decentralized exchange between many blockchains, so cross-blockchain exchange. And we have many protocols that work on this, like Cosmos, Polkadot,
Mhm.
and we have like 0x or Ethereum, or we have BitShares or Waves,
Mhm.
and I want to combine all of them. So how should I design my token economy to do this?
Sure. Yeah. So I think one of the key things there is so the specifics of each application or each company that comes in are going to change. So there isn't like a one-size-fits-all or a definite right way to start with. The real key here, and this sort of goes a little bit down a rabbit hole of governance, but is about what you do when you realize that you've made a mistake in your initial configuration, which is almost guaranteed to happen. Dan Larimer, our CTO, has a saying I'm fond of, which is that every piece of code, there's one right way to do it, and there's a near infinite number of wrong ways to do it. So the chances that you get it right on the first try are basically zero. So what I would say is when you're designing a system like this, the important thing to keep in mind is what's going to happen when I need to make a change. And just make sure that when you're planning, you have a way to easily make changes and easily improve the network and the decision making without a hard fork. Because once you have enough vested interest in, hard forks become exceptionally dangerous to the system.
I think we got time for
I think we've got time for two more.
Two more questions, yeah.
Gentleman down here, sorry. Did you raise your hand? Oh, there we go. Sorry.
Hello. Just a question about your roadmap and how you guys are going with, are you on schedule?
Sure.
Where are you with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of the software development, so at the moment, we have 2 tracks of development. The first one, so EOS, for those who don't know, is going to be a multi-threaded blockchain. So we'll have a very fast single thread that can do many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. And then the block-producing nodes will be able to have multiple chains going at the same time, which will power it up into the millions. So there's 2 separate things working on. The first one is the single-threaded. That we are expecting to have a single-threaded only testnet up this month, possibly as early as next week. And at that point, developers will be able to come in. That'll be feature complete, so developers can come in and start building their products and building their smart contracts on it. The multi-threaded work, we were not expecting to start it until much later next year, but that's actually significantly ahead of schedule, so we already have a team working on the multi-threading of that single-threaded piece. And then, of course, the team is making sure that the 2 are staying in communication. So overall, I'd say we're on track, if not slightly ahead.
All right, and one more question. Oh, in the back.
Hi, I know the Block.one's goal is for the DAC, the Decentralized Autonomous Company. What is the goal about the company? The company is earning the money or the profit is coming through some kind of business, but what is the Block.one's goal in case of the DAC?
Sorry, what's Block One's goal in terms of
DAC?
What we're doing in EOS is our first product, and what we're doing is essentially publishing the open source code and helping helping the DACs launch. So in the case of EOS, we're managing a distribution to get as many people involved in it, and we're building the open source software that will enable an EOS.io blockchain to exist. And in the future, we want to create more and very large pieces that will help grow the EOS.io ecosystem and also basically just bring the value of decentralization to a whole bunch of different sectors.
All right, everybody.
Great.
Big
Thanks
round
very
of
much,
applause.
everyone.
So there's a couple of things in that. Yeah, it's on. There's a couple of things in that talk. One thing that's really interesting, it reminds me of what Andreas Antonopoulos said is, so Joshua he says something really interesting where, I use Uber all the time, every single day. In fact, I don't even own a car.
Thanks.
Toronto traffic's ridiculous. You don't want to own a car. But for me, I don't have any self-interest within Uber. Uber gets rich off of me. It earns thousands and thousands of dollars off my usage of Uber. Yes, it provides an excellent service, but I don't actually have any benefit from using that service. But imagine having a future, as Joshua said and Andreas Antonopoulos, where you as the individual actually gain a beneficial financial return for a decentralized open source Uber. Imagine you having a car, drives you to work, drops you off, and becomes your employee. It drives around all day and earns you money. And it's quite fascinating to think about this. And it opens up Pandora's box of what's going to happen in the future. What about all these jobs? Like, there's hundreds of thousands of Uber drivers, and Uber just the other day announced, they bought 20,000 Volvos or something like that? So the self-driving cars are here. And that's probably the biggest industry right now in North America is drivers, both for taxi, Uber, trucking, and transportation. So we're going to have millions and millions of people without a job in the next decade or so. It's something for us to think about where we move forward in our society with technology. So we have an amazing next talk coming up. Do a little quick bio on him. Okay, our next speaker, his name is Nick Cowan. Cowan, MD and founder of GBX. Nick formed GSX as a managing director in 2012. And in November 2014, GSX received its full license and formally opened GSX, Gibraltar's first stock exchange. He's a specialist in investing businesses with over 30 years of experience working in both Japan and Europe. Please, everybody, welcome Nick.
Good morning, everybody. So my background is risk management. That's where I come from. I'm a trader historically. Spent most of my time working in big, ugly investment banks trading, and I left to run to trade my own capital before I started this. What I want to talk to you about today is best practices. Best practices in the token sale space, which I think is a pretty hot topic right now. And I just want to run you through our efforts at trying to contribute I think some standards to this fast-growing sector. So for those of you that don't know where Gibraltar is, that's where we are. We're right down the southernmost tip of Europe. We're joined to Spain, and we are in the EU for the moment, and we're a British overseas territory. We've had a great economy there for the last 15 years. It grows at about 10% GDP. There's about 30,000 people in Gibraltar. There's about 100 people unemployed. They're unemployable. And it has one of the fastest growing economies and the highest GDP per capita. But also being in the EU, we have to comply with all of the big directives. And we rank right up there alongside Germany. So for a small jurisdiction, we basically box above our weight. Ooh. So about 20-something years ago, the big gambling companies in the world were looking for somewhere to go. And Gibraltar put itself forward, created some legislation called remote gambling legislation, and that led to about 23 of the world's biggest gambling companies, William Hill, Ladbrokes, etc., to make Gibraltar their home. And about a year and a half ago, when Brexit was happening, and we didn't think, obviously, that we were going to end up leaving, 95% of Gibraltar voted to stay, the government asked a similar question to what they asked 20 years ago. Could we put regulations in place for distributed ledger technology? Companies operating on the blockchain and financial services. If we put regulations in place and put in place a licensing regime, would that be a good idea or a bad idea? So they put it to the industry, not just in Gibraltar, globally, and overwhelmingly, very forward-thinking, but overwhelmingly there was a view that actually that could be an extremely good thing. So they've come up with the distributed ledger technology regulations, and they were announced in May this year. They put the framework out there about a month ago, and they come into law January the 1st. So anybody who wants to operate in Gibraltar and be licensed, and you use DLT to store or transfer client assets using the blockchain, there is a regime now where you can come and be regulated. And in terms of those regulations, we're not going to run through them, but they're actually based around 9 principles. For those of you that have any experience of being in the EU in legislation, it's in financial services, it's incredibly rules-based. Everything is very prescriptive. And the problem with this emerging technology is the rules don't really apply. So rather than come up with rules, the Gibraltar government came up with a principles-based system, and that allows flexibility and growth for fintech companies to come, and if they're using the blockchain in any aspect of their business, and they're in financial services, they can apply. And the principles, if you just look at some of those words, they're things that you would expect. Are you fit and proper? Do you have the right governance? Do you have the right technology to keep client assets secure? A lot of these things are transposed from financial legislation, but basically being put into a principles-based framework for distributed ledger technology. So we were looking at these regulations, and then we were looking at this. And I'm sure a lot of you know that chart. Token sales this year has been probably one of the fastest growing asset classes in terms of giving fintechs access to funds that many of us have seen. I'm older than I look. I was there in Japan. I worked there in the bubble of 89 to 92. I saw the dot-com bubble. And again, we're seeing a very fast-growing sector here, but primarily unregulated. So it's an interesting sector, but also it's a bit concerning. And as I'm sure many of you know, if you look at the stakeholders in the ICO and token sale business, you've effectively got your issuers and your takers. Let's call them investors for the purpose of this conversation. If you're a token issuer, who do you talk to? How do you know that the advisor that you're going to appoint, and we keep seeing quite a few advisors cropping up every day with a new website, ICO for all your needs. How do you know that that company is actually going to be able to take care of you, to be able to help you with your white paper, to be able to help you with your technology, to be able to help you with your audit, to be able to help you identify clients who might be interested in your story, to actually be certain that your token is a utility, it's not a security, you're not going to get into trouble. There's a lot of issues there that token issuers face right now. Also, do you know that your takers of the token are actually eligible to take that token? Have they been KYC and AML cleared? A lot of issues there. In terms of investors of tokens, is it a scam? Am I allowed to buy this token? Is that issuer allowed to issue that token? Have the controllers actually been vetted? In financial services, it's pretty hard to get away with too much. There's normally a trail somewhere, but with this fast-growing emerging business, are the people who are trying to do the ICO, are they reliable? Has the DD been carried out on the technology? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can see this challenge that the space has. So what we've done, as we're a stock exchange. We're EU regulated, as I said, directive and rules heavy. But what we've done is we've said, okay, we think we can bring some order to this space. We're not just going to be a cryptocurrency exchange. The first thing we want to do is to be licensed and regulated under this new framework coming in place in January. So we're going to be a token sale platform. We're also going to be a cryptocurrency exchange, and we're also a stock exchange. And we think that's pretty unique. So we're bringing financial services expertise in terms of risk management and regulation and investor protection, and trying to apply it to this fast-growing space. As I said, GSX currently has 2 exchanges. We've got our main exchange, GSX, and we're going to open GBX in January. The main exchange is basically a fixed income house, and we were looking this year at going into the equities business when we started to see the explosion in the ICO space, and also we looked at what was happening in terms of the regs. So our plans are GBX as utility token exchange. That'll open in 2018, and then later next year, we're going to look to put GSX, tokenized securities. We're going to put it entirely on the blockchain. So if you're a utility token, GBX is where you come, and if you're a tokenized security, you're caught by securities legislation. You can't get around that, but we'll be able to facilitate that application as well. So a few words about the token sale platform. I've highlighted some words in red there. But there's three things really. It's best practices, it's whitelist, and it's integrated services. So we want to set a barrier to entry for ICO issuers to come in. You're going to be vetted. You're going to be filtered. Just like a traditional exchange, there are going to be sponsor firms. Sponsor firms have to apply to us to be approved, and the sponsor firm is going to effectively take that ICO to capital or fundraising. So the sponsor is an ICO advisor who's met our criteria. So we've come up with a set of rules. We've come up with the rules for the sponsors, but we've also come up with rules for ICO issuers, like a listing rules, a code of conduct, what disclosures you need in your white paper. What does the white paper have to look like? We also want to make sure that token issuers have access to a trusted pool of clients. The clients have been cleared for KYC and AML. Those are account holders on our cryptocurrency exchange, GBX. But also we want to be able to offer integrated services as well. So we'll be able to help you get access to everything you need as an issuer to go through a token sale platform process. We're not just a token sale platform, we're also a cryptocurrency exchange. So we are going to be regulated and licensed under the framework. We'll be putting our license application in on January the 1st. And also we want to make sure that we have all of the things which you would expect from a good cryptocurrency exchange, or in fact from a good stock exchange. Strong customer services, strong controls, secure technology, etc. And just a little few words about the actual process itself. So up here, if you imagine that's your ICO issuer. These are for existing tokens. I'll touch on that in a second. But you're an ICO issuer. So you want to know, what do you do next? Where can you go? Well, hopefully we've got that center of excellence where you know that if you come to GBX, you can come to a sponsor firm. It's a trusted network. That sponsor firm has been approved. So hopefully that sponsor firm is qualified to take you to market. And it's our responsibility to make sure that that sponsor firm meets that grade in order to fulfill that role. So the sponsor firm is going to put you through, I rudely call it ICO boot camp, but they're basically going to make sure that you meet everything that GBX sets out in its listing rules. So your white paper has to fulfill the criteria we need. You've got to meet commercial, controller, legal, financial, technology due diligence. Every box has to be ticked, and the sponsor firm is there to make sure that you have every box ticked. The sponsor firm then comes to us and submits their application. We at GBX review that application. If we're not happy, if we think it's a security and the legal opinion is a bit vague, if it's not a utility token and it doesn't meet our criteria, we kick it out. But if it meets the criteria and we're happy that this is fitting for our exchange, we press go. You can launch your ICO. And you can launch your ICO effectively with an exchange stamp from a regulated and licensed entity. And we think that's a filtering process that's really important, because I met somebody in Hong Kong last week. He said, I've read 400 white papers, I've invested in 8. And that wasn't unusual. There were 10 nods around the table. And I think there's just, there's 30 or 40 a day right now. I don't think there's any fundamental way that you can filter out what is good, what is bad. So we hopefully, with this process, will be able to separate out poor ICO issuers, hopefully, from high-quality issuers. It is a barrier to entry based around best practice, governance, ethics, etc. But about transparency and disclosure, it's about investor protection. So you launch your ICO. You go to market, you do your pre-sale, you do your private sale, you do public sale. When it's closed, we ensure that you get a listing on GBX. You don't have to list on GBX. You can dual list on 3 or 4 other exchanges. The other exchanges we've spoken to are very excited by this, because they'll be comforted that they've just gone through a huge DD process with our exchange. So a dual listing should be relatively easy, but you're guaranteed a listing. ICO issues today sometimes go through their process, the public sale ends, then they say, we need a listing. Where should we go? Our investors want price transparency. And they run around trying to find an exchange that's happy to take them on. But that also takes time. So as soon as you're ready, you're admitted onto our exchange that day. It's also a pathway. We like to think of ourselves as a bridge between the fintech community, startups, companies trying to get access to funding to grow their exciting businesses, but also it's a pathway to further capital raising. You'll be able to do a bond issue as you mature. You'll be able to do an IPO as and when. And we hope fintechs will be able to stick with us. But the important thing is you have that facility if you want it, being part of a stock exchange ecosystem. So we formed a strong management team to try and take the GBX business forward, and we've sold a piece of our business to an Asian company this year. That's been the biggest transformational move for us. It's a fintech company in Asia. So we've now got an Asian gateway, which we think is really exciting. It's one of the reasons why we're here. And in terms of us building our technology, we've put together a great team. We've got about 40 guys at the moment working on the platform, and we are, as the colleague before me said, we took a decision that if we're going to try to tell people how to do ICOs, we better do one ourselves. And this is not a pitch at all, but we thought we're going to have to go in, we're going to have to learn this space. It's a space that I was completely unfamiliar with 18 months ago. Mind you, I suspect most people in the room were unfamiliar with it 18 months ago. Had to try to understand what moves this market. What does the crypto community need to see? How does the social media work? Who are good advisors? What are the mistakes that you can make, and what do you need to learn? So we pulled together a great team in terms of our platform, and also we pulled together some of those names you probably know. A couple of them I think are here. But we have a great team helping us in terms of our project. And then also, the guy on the top left, he's my chairman. He was the head of the regulator for 11 years in Gibraltar, and before that he was head of the Cayman regulator, so he's got a regulatory background, and he provides that governance expertise as well that we need. And we've also got some great advisors. Some of them, again, you'll probably know, and they're helping us with really a couple of projects here. We're opening a token sale platform, we're opening a cryptocurrency exchange, and we're also putting together rules where rules currently don't exist. A sponsor's code, a listing code. As I said earlier, everything in the EU is there. You can just adapt it for your needs, but there's nothing out there at the moment when it comes to the whole token sale space. And they're also helping us advise us on how to do a quality ICO, because ours is going to be the first listing on our exchange, and it's going to be the token which sets the standard for all future tokens after it. So it has to be very high quality. So in terms of our development, we'll be rolling out GBX Q1 18. We'll be putting in an e-money license, so account holders will be able to deposit fiat with us in terms of access to our cryptocurrency exchange. And then we'll be developing the main exchange next year into a tokenized securities exchange. So 18 is going to be a busy year. Just one word on our ecosystem. We've already put in place the development of the token sale platform, the cryptocurrency exchange. The stock exchange is already there. We've just acquired yesterday a fund services company and corporate services company in Gibraltar. It's one of the largest companies there. So again, if you are thinking of coming to Gibraltar, we can help you set up a company, do your accounts, do your returns, and basically take care of you as a single point of contact. And also we'll be moving to the e-money business next year to help our clients, ICO issuers, if they want to come to us, and we can help them with their payments business as well. Banking, vital. The Gibraltar International Bank is now open for business for fintechs. That was a board decision. You've got the government making this big move in terms of regulatory framework. You've got the industry making big moves. You've got companies moving to Gibraltar, Gnosis, Sapo, etc. We needed to make sure the banking facilities matched up to it. And a lot of the challenges with fintechs is they wake up in the morning, they find out their bank account's been closed. So Gibraltar International Bank, the government opened that bank 3 years ago to bring stability to banking in Gibraltar, and they are open for business. And in fact, I introduced 2 people yesterday who we had just met in Japan who said, the banks are a nightmare, can you help us? So we just introduced them straight away to GIB, and I just read my emails, they're already in contact. So there's good things happening there on the banking side. Just in terms of not the pitch, but in terms of why would we issue a token? The token is effectively a membership and access token of choice. So we see this as a cause to try and bring governance to this space. And the token allows you to pay for trading fees, listing fees, sponsorship fees. But also we've got staking mechanisms. Staking is vital. So for example, when a sponsor firm brings an ICO to market, do they just take their fee and disappear? Well, we actually force the sponsor firm, take some of your fee in tokens of the issuer, and you're going to hold them for 6 months. It's a behavioral tool. And in addition, you can also stake ROC tokens with us, which will rebate to you over time. But we want to try and create a collective behavioral ethos of collective responsibility, and that's vital, and we see staking as a big part of that. So the utility is for fees, but also account holders at GBX. If you hold a minimum balance of ROC tokens, you also get access, one click, to all the pre-sales and private sales. So we're creating, hopefully, that whole, as we were saying, center of excellence where there's vetting, filtering, governance, and minimum standards and best practices, which we believe is much required in this space. So I hope that's been helpful. I thank you for inviting me to Singapore. It's been 15 years since I was on Sentosa Island, so it's, as my wife said, you call this work? It's wonderful to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Once again. All right, I'm going to ask one simple question over here. Who here has invested in an ICO? Just raise your hand. Like 50% of the room. Now, let me ask you this. Keep your hand up, up, okay? Now, with that token that you invested in, how many of you, and keep your hand up, how many of you use that on a daily basis? Because it's a utility token. Ah, interesting. Maybe one hand is up, 2 hands. Okay? That tells a lot for us right now. You know, when we have these dApps and we have these companies raising ridiculous amounts of money saying it's a utility token, but let's be real over here. Most people, I'm an angel investor. The reason why I invest is quite simple. I want a return on my money. It's simple as that. So that we have a big problem. And as Nick said, you know, we have how do you formulate a proper token? You actually utilize a token, the investing structure, et cetera, et cetera. So right now it's like the Wild Wild West where you have these ICOs, these 18-year-old kids raising $200 million when in reality you probably need $100,000 and to make a demo product first before raising $200 million. So we have a long way to go, but it's very exciting, and hopefully within like the next year or two, things will transform and change. So we're going to have a break right now. We're going to have coffee, networking break. It's about half an hour right out those doors, and we'll continue the talks within half an hour. All right, guys.
It's alright, I swear I'll spend it with Just where were we trying to get to? I can't recall one single word. The faces that pushed themselves before you, congeal into one, nothing transferred. But this was one hell of a party, and it's still living in my head. But the morning after shines so cold, so follow where I'm led. This was one hell of a party. Nobody got to go to bed. But let's face it now, it's over. And this morning afters kill me, and I have to rest my head.
Ready.
All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed your coffee and your snacks. That's always good. So we got a jam-packed afternoon, really good speakers. We also have our very interesting panel that we're going to have on ICOs. And it's going to be fascinating because we're going to be asking a very difficult question for our panelists. Not the regular stuff of, how much money you raise, but very specific, difficult questions. So my question for you guys, and maybe in the audience you guys can kind of just speak out loud, is your general thoughts and beliefs right now. Like right now in the blockchain space, what do you guys feel? Like, do you feel like we're in a good position? Do you feel like, what are some kind of like avenues that we need to focus on and improve on? Kind of want to open up for you guys so we can have a little small dialogue before we begin. Anybody? Sorry?
Some things are starting to mature. Saw the Wild West in June, but we
Okay.
see regulations are getting clearer.
Do you believe that regulation is a good thing in this space? When you define as regulation, regulation as in government or self-regulation as a community? Okay.
You see regulation as a government, some people are being more clear, where it was just cloudy or never even spoken about.
Mm-hmm.
Some governments are starting to speak, good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then regulation too, people are seeing that you have to start regulating. It's not the Wild West, that you have to sort of have sound businesses.
Sure. So would you say everyone agrees with that? We're going to have a future where governments will regulate and will be self-regulated as a community as well? You think that's where we're heading? So like a true laissez-faire capitalism where it's up to you to decide and choose where you want to go, whether that is a regulated exchange or a deregulated exchange or the very fancy decentralized distributed exchange with atomic swaps, which is a tongue twister and I have no idea if that's going to work yet. So it's very fascinating. But we have an amazing lineup of speakers coming up right now, and I will be introducing the first one right now. Bear with me, everything's on one thing here. So our next speaker's name is Patrick Dai, founder and CEO of Quantum Blockchain. Patrick graduated from Draper University and dropped out of his doctoral degree from the Chinese Academy of Science. Previously, he was employed by Alibaba and committed to the blockchain technology development within the blockchain industry, and he has years and years of development experience. Everybody, please give a round of applause for Patrick.
For this new thing in the city, we drive taxi in the front seat.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Super excited to come to Singapore. Okay, and I like the cartoon. Yeah. So today my speech is about the blockchain and the IoT. Before we start the speech, I would like to give a very short introduction about myself and also the project we are working on. So myself, I joined the blockchain industry since 2012. I believe I was the first maybe 50 people in China who know Bitcoin from the very beginning of the whole industry. So I witnessed the whole industry since 2012. Maybe witnessed maybe more than 200 or 300 projects. They fail, they success. And in 2015, I wanted to create something new to help the industry. That's a reason why we have the quantum project. Yeah. So today I would like to talk about why we build the quantum blockchain, and also our current roadmap, and also like how can we combine the blockchain with the IoT industry together. Yeah. So many people are asking me like, why you build another blockchain? We have so many blockchain projects. If I remember clearly, like on the coin market cap, you can find we have more than 1,000 cryptocurrency. What's the difference between the currency? And from what I can tell, most of the currency have no difference. It's just a copy of the Bitcoin. Most of the earlier fork of Bitcoin back to 2014 or 2013, it's just a change like 20 lines of the code. No big difference at all. Yeah, but in 2014, Vitalik he released a white paper, the Ethereum white paper. I think the ambition or the target is to change Bitcoin from a cryptocurrency to a platform. Because earlier, Bitcoin is designed by Satoshi Nakamoto to be very simple, very secure, very stable. But it's not a platform. It's just a currency. Yeah. So in 2015, what I was thinking, like, okay, we have Bitcoin. It's one of the biggest cryptocurrency ecosystem. We have Ethereum. It's another ecosystem. And in China, back to 2014 and 2015, the people, the Bitcoin holder, the Ethereum holder, they dislike each other. Yeah, they think, okay, another people call other group, they are scammer, So that's something, what I was thinking, like, okay, the whole cryptocurrency is a so small circle. We need to work together. We need a union. So that's a reason why we build Quantum. That's the first reason. And then, from my understanding, because myself, I was a developer, so from the open source software evolution, the Bitcoin is the first open source, successful open source cryptocurrency software, and Ethereum is another one. We shouldn't reinvent the wheels again and again. We should build something more innovative based on the current work. That's a part of the reason Quantum choose Bitcoin's UTXO model and plus the Ethereum virtual machine together, and with the proof of stake as a consensus. Yeah. Also, another reason is like I think right now in the blockchain industry, we have a huge misunderstanding on what's the currency and what's the platform. Yeah, we have and they have a different requirement for what's a currency and what's a platform. I will explain this later in another PowerPoint. And also, I think right now, I wanted Quantum become a layered design. Because I think many people, you heard about from 2016, we have the DAO accident. Because of the smart contract security, people lose a lot of money. And the last few months, we heard a lot about the parity, the multi-signature, the smart contract. I think the deeper reason is not because of the smart contract. It's because the design philosophy have something went wrong. The reason is you should never put too much money in the software level. You should never put too much money in a smart contract. That's a design idea. I think it's wrong. Yeah, that's what the Bitcoin is very smart, because they for Bitcoin they have 5 standard transactions to manage all your money. And also, I think another huge open question for the whole blockchain industry is our governance model. So that's part of the reason why we debate for 2 or 3 years for 1 megabyte to 2 megabyte for the Bitcoin hard fork. And when the DAO accident happened, Vitalik basically make the decision like, oh, we should hard fork Ethereum. And that's the reason we have Ethereum Classic. That's an open question. And right now it's becoming more and more challenge. The reason is like earlier the blockchain industry is super small, but right now it's a $300 billion industry, and we have no governance. I think that's going to be a huge question in the future. And that's what the Quantum we wanted to improve. We have the decentralized governance protocol, so everyone can vote. Everyone can make the decision if you are the coin holder. And also, I think, right now, most of the blockchain is based on the proof of work. It's based on the Satoshi's original design from 1 CPU, 1 vote. But I think right now, because of the ASIC miner, because of the bigger mining farm, the idea already changed. The blockchain become more and more centralized. And for Bitcoin, for Ethereum, it's still proof of work. But it's just sometimes you cannot sell the blockchain solution to the banks, same time sell them the miners. It's just impossible. So I believe the proof of stake is a new trend. That's a part of the reason why Quantum, from the very beginning, we are using the proof of stake. And also, I think right now the usability is super. It's a disaster for a lot of people. It's super hard to manage your private key, to manage your money. That's why, like, someone made a statistics like about 4 million Bitcoin lost forever because they cannot get the private key back. That's a lot of money too. Yeah. And also, I think. Right now, for the smart contract, we are using Solidity. But Solidity is a new developed language. We do not have too much developer. They are the master of Solidity. They cannot write a very good smart contract. Even for Parity, even for Gavin Wood, he made some very simple mistake for the smart contract. Then who can write a good smart contract? That's a question. Yeah. So for Quantum, we are trying to develop a new virtual machine. The name is Quantum x86. By using this new virtual machine, people can use C language, C++, Java, Python to write the smart contract. We can leverage all the traditional IT developer. And also, personally, I believe the whole blockchain industry, it's a 1,000 years opportunity for all the human beings we are sitting here today, because it changes people's mind. It changes people how they work together and how they decide the reward structure from the society. So that's part of the reason I think can push the Bitcoin maybe go to as the market cap go to as high as the gold market cap in one day. Yeah, we have more reasons, but today we are building this new project. Yeah. Okay, so I write down my own understanding of the meaning of blockchain. I think the blockchain is not only about the technology innovation, it's also about the people's mind change. Personally, I believe it changes how we decide the reward structure for the people. For example, in the quantum team, we have team members from Baidu, from Tencent, from Nasdaq. Earlier, why they wanted to leave their job or quit their job? Because when you are working for a big company, you get the fixed salary. But if you are working for the Bitcoin industry, for the all the blockchain industry, your salary is not decided by your boss. It's decided by the network effect. If the network effect is going bigger, and you can get a better payment, that's a very strong incentive for the talented people. That's why I think one of the reasons why more and more talented people from the Harvard University, from the best students from China, from all over the world, they do not want to go to the big company. They want to start their ICO. They want to start their own network. I think that's one of the biggest change for the whole industry right now. Yeah. And also the blockchain, in the future, I believe the blockchain gonna offer the trusted service for all the business in the future. It's gonna be like the electricity, gonna be like the water. It's gonna be an infrastructure for the whole society that can offer the trusted service. I think that's the real meaning of the blockchain. It's not only about the technology innovation, because if you check Bitcoin source code, you can find all the technologies built based on the mature technology. Yeah, so after we release the mainnet, I think Quantum takes the shortest time to become a unicorn project, because we released the mainnet in September, and right now it's November. It's only 3 months, and the whole market cap is almost $1 billion. That's pretty amazing, because you can never see this happen in any traditional industry. You can never expect a unicorn company born in 3 months. So that's really powerful of the blockchain. Like we have the people over maybe 30 countries. They are supporting the project. We have more than 200 or 300 developers. They are working on the project. Yeah. So, but after the mainnet release, we are working on more and more infrastructure for the blockchain. I mean, for the blockchain, the wallet service is very important, because it's a gateway for people to change from the real world to a parallel digital world. So the wallet service is a gateway. It's very important. So for Quantum, we released the Qt wallet based on the Bitcoin's Qt client. We improved a lot. We put the smart contract into the Qt wallet. It's a software innovation. No one did this before. And also we released the hardware wallet and the quantum electron and the online wallet. So I think and also the mobile wallet. And also in the mobile wallet, we did some very good innovation. You can write the smart contract and deploy or code the smart contract into the mobile. I think it's in the industry, it's the first time you can use the smart contract in the mobile. I think this can give the better usability for all the blockchain people. And also, we are working on the Explorer. So right now, since Quantum is supporting the EVM, supporting the smart contract, you can release your own tokens on Quantum, and you can put the token in the mobile wallet immediately, and you can trace back all the tokens from the Explorer. So we are working on some new Explorer to have a better traceability for all the tokens. Yeah, and also. After the mainnet release, we are working on two exciting topics. The first one is the Lightning Network, because right now another problem is the scalability for all these platforms. You cannot really have a very high TPS right now. Like for Ethereum, for example, it can only process the 20 transactions per second. It's pretty slow. Yeah. So the Lightning Network is one of the solutions. You can move some of the small transactions or the useless smart contract transactions to the off-chain. You do not need to go to the highway every time. Sometimes you need to go to the sideway. So that's one of the solutions to make the network more scalable. And also, we are working on the quantum x86 virtual machine. By the middle of 2018, we're going to release this virtual machine. I think it's going to be a very strong competitor over the EVM because people can write a smart contract in many other languages, not only limited in Solidity. So, and also, yeah, we are working on a lot of business development stuff on the marketing in US, Korea, because basically Quantum is the most influential project in Asia, in China, in Korea, in Japan. So Quantum built a lot of influence in Asia. But we will extend it to the US and to Europe next year. And we are building our developer community. We hosted the hackathon in Moscow, and we hosted the hackathon in South Korea. So we are doing more hackathon in the West right now, in Silicon Valley and also in Europe. So we are building the developer community. And also, right now, there are more than 30 projects they are building on the Quantum. More than 30 decentralized applications are building on Quantum. So right now, yeah, I want to spend a few minutes on this page because I think right now everyone is buying the digital asset, but most of the people have no concept what you are buying. Yeah, in truth, you are just buying the private key of some coins. Yeah, so most of the people, they have no understanding like what's the currency and what's the platform. So for the currency and for the platform, it have a different requirement. So what's the currency? I mean, Bitcoin is it's the first currency. The requirement or the criteria for the currency is very different. The first requirement for the currency, I think, is decentralization. Yeah, without a decentralization, I prefer to trust the central bank. But just because of the decentralization of the Bitcoin network, like we have many phone nodes of the Bitcoin network. We have like it's a peer-to-peer network, no barrier. Anyone can become a phone node. So the decentralization right now is on the earth, but in the future we can bring the decentralization to the space. I think that's part of the core value and the core criteria for a cryptocurrency. And also the cryptocurrency, the currency features should be very secure and very stable. If it's not secure, not stable, then it's no value. Then you cannot do store of the value. And also for the cryptocurrency, you should support a lot of payment service. That's part of the reason why Bitcoin is still the most influential cryptocurrency, because they have the most matured payment service. They have the best branding. They have the best, like they are the first of this kind of innovative. And also for the cryptocurrency, it's about your adoption. Yeah, so that's under the liquidity. That's the core requirement of the cryptocurrency. So, but then for the platform, I think we have different criteria. We have different requirement. From my understanding, the only two platform right now is like the first one is Ethereum, the second one is Quantum. Why will I say this? Why can I say this? Because for the platform, the core requirement, the first thing is your flexibility. How can you approve you have the flexibility? You should have the smart contract. Because without the smart contract, you cannot have you cannot program your own business logic on the blockchain. So the smart contract is very important for the platform. If you have no smart contract, then it's a currency. It's not a platform because you cannot support other people's application. Yeah, so right now, the Ethereum, they have the EVM, and Quantum is supporting EVM right now because it's the first working virtual machine. But we are working on the new virtual machine, the x86. And also, for the platform, another requirement is the scalability. If you do not have the scalability, how can you expect in the future you can support 1,000 decentralized application? It's just impossible. Yeah, so that's the second requirement for the platform, and also for the privacy. The privacy is very important for the platform. A very good example is for the Android framework, for the Android, for the Google's Android software. Every application is independent from others. It's more like a container. So if something went wrong in one application, they will never have a bad influence on other people's application. But it's different on blockchain. Like if you are build everything on the basic protocols, if the protocol went wrong, all the application being affected. Yeah. So the privacy is a very good. It's a very critical requirement for the platform. Without the privacy, you cannot really become a platform. And also, for the platform, the founding model and the economy model is very important. That's why the ICO is so important to a platform, because it gives people the incentive to participate in the network. Yeah. So if you think it's from the currency's requirement, I can tell Bitcoin's concept is working. Yeah, that's part of the reason why Bitcoin price keep going up, because it's proof Bitcoin to become it's a really good design in cryptocurrency. It's a really good design of the decentralization. But if you think, if you take the platform point of view, both Ethereum and Quantum is far away from mature, because right now we cannot really support so many applications because no scalability, no privacy, and we have some flexibility, but not too much flexibility. So the whole platform concept is not really working. From my own understanding right now, it's just a concept. It's a lot of hype with a concept. But how can we really make it work? I think it will take some time. Yeah. So for Quantum right now, what we are trying to focus on, we are building the currency protocol based on Bitcoin. So the currency layer, it's similar like a Bitcoin, and we designed a virtual layer. It's we call it the account abstraction layer. So this virtual layer is like we can support the EVM, we can support the multiple virtual machine. So Quantum is more like a combination of the currency and plus a platform. Okay, so today this is the Bitcoin network. Yeah, from the map you can see the Bitcoin is one of the most decentralized networks. We have like more than 10,000 phone nodes in more than 100 countries. Yeah, so that can prove like Bitcoin is really a decentralized network, and that's a part of the reason why Bitcoin is worth so much money. And this map is a quantum network, and we only released a quantum network in 2 months. And right now, the phone nodes amount is almost 15% of the Bitcoin network. So that means like, and we have people from 57 countries. They are help to maintain the network. That's pretty amazing. And also, it's different from Bitcoin and from Ethereum. It's like it's a proof of a stake network. You do not really need to buy any ASIC miners to participate in the staking or the mining program. You can only download the wallet and have some quantum inside, and you can become a phone node and help to maintain the network. Yeah. And also right now we have a lot of projects they are building on quantum. In truth, we have more than 30 projects they are building on quantum from different industries, from energy, advertising, video, and also healthcare, and also some cloud service, and also the IP, and also the space chain, and also the Qcash. They just released the Qcash by some exchange in China, so they will support the Qcash. It's a stable coin based on the quantum. And we have more and more projects they are building on the quantum blockchain right now. Yeah. Also, I wanted to mention like why quantum is a very good foundations for the IoT industry, because quantum is based on the proof of stake. It's very good for the energy consuming devices. Yeah, because it's a proof of stake. It can save more energy for the sensors. And also, it's a smart contract. You can execute the smart contract from the light clients, from the mobile. So this is very good for the IoT. And since we are based on the Bitcoin's UTXO model, we can support the SPV protocol. It's a balance between the usability and the security. Yeah, and also the Lightning Network is very good for the micropayment in the IoT industry. And also the Quantum x86 in truth is more suitable for all these sensors and for all these embedded devices to run on Quantum. And at the same time, Quantum we want to keep the compatible with the Bitcoin and with the Ethereum network. So that's part of the reason why developer, they feel it's very easy to build on Quantum, because you can find everything that's so familiar. And also, yeah, I think right now, everyone is talking about to bring blockchain to the financial industry. Personally, I think it's very hard, because the financial industry is never about the technology. It's all about the regulations. And it's one of the highest regulated industry in the whole world. Because it's like the currency, because all the currencies is never about the technology. Because the paper dollar and the paper RMB, there is no difference. It's just the same paper. But what's the difference is you have the different policy, you have the different regulation. Yeah, so I think it's the same for the financial industry. Yeah, so what the industry I think is gonna be a very promising is gonna be the IoT industry, because the IoT industry is big enough and we have no regulations. It's all about the technology innovation. So we put more resources in the IoT industry, and personally I believe the IoT industry, we have many things to do with blockchain. The first thing is like the identity, and also we can monetize all the IoT industry finance, and also we can do from the blockchain we can protect the network security, and also we can do the data security. Yeah, when we talk about the identity, I think right now we have more and more devices in the world, and the blockchain offers a very good infrastructure to give every device a wallet address. Because if it's a car, you cannot open a bank account for your car, but you can download the wallet and have the wallet address for the car, and you can do the payment through the car. So I think the identity is it's a first use case to combine the blockchain and with the IoT. And also, why I say like monetize the IoT, like we can do the machine-to-machine payment. We can do through the smart contract. We can change a lot of IoT service to a real financial world. Yeah. So I think this is another very promising area. And for the network security, Bitcoin is a very good example. Like it's one of the most stable networks since the first day until right now. The network keep running like 7 days, 24 hours, never went down. So that's one of the most secure network. So we can, based on this design idea, the peer-to-peer network, we can change the server client's model. We can make the IoT industry, the IoT network become very decentralized, make it to become a peer-to-peer network. Yeah. And also, I think for the data security right now, everyone wants their privacy, and also all the IoT device, you want to protect your data privacy and the data security. The hash pointer from the blockchain structure, the data structure, is a very good use case for protect all the data security, and also the data's privacy. Yeah. So for Quantum right now, we are working with the Trusted IoT Alliance. It's started by Cisco and Bosch. So many IoT industry they joined the alliance. And Quantum is one of the blockchain foundations for people to build their use case. And more people they are building the use case. And there's some very good IoT companies. They are trying to figure out what's the advantage to build on Quantum and what's the advantage to build on blockchain. I think the reason why they choose Quantum is I think it's because the Quantum is the only working proof of stake smart contract platform right now. Because I mean, Ethereum they are trying to switch to the Casper, but personally I think it's gonna take another 1 year or even 2 years. It's gonna be not easy because the network effect is too big, and the miners will against the switch. Yeah. So Quantum we designed from the beginning. It's a proof of stake smart contract platform, and with the x86 virtual machine next year, more and more developers they can use C language or C++ to write the smart contract. I mean, it's a very big attraction for all the developers. Yeah. So we are working closely with these big company to build more and more IoT use case based on Quantum. Yeah. At the end, I wanted to introduce my team. So Quantum, the foundation registered in Singapore because earlier when we did the ICO, the Singapore government is the most friendly to the blockchain startups. So I wanted to say thank you. Yeah. So and we did a very great successful ICO back to March, and we raised $50 million. And today the market cap is more than $1 billion. So it's pretty amazing. And we have team members from 9 countries, and under the foundation we have 35 people, and we have 28 full-time developers located in China, US, Canada, Russia, Belarus, Macedonia, and Morocco, yeah, and also Sweden, yeah. So we have many people. For myself, I joined the industry since 2012, and I have a very strong technical background. I was preparing my PhD degree on computer science before I drop out, yeah. So we have Neil. He's the CTO, and he is managing the technical team. We have a great developer, Jordan Earls. He started his programming career since he was 13 years old. And he's designing the x86 virtual machine. And we finished the first version, and we are doing the implementation right now. Yeah. And also we have a lot of other team members. Earlier they worked for Baidu, for Tencent, for Nasdaq, and also a lot of team members from the Bitcoin community and from the Ethereum community. So the quantum project, what we are trying to do from others is like we grew up from the community. Myself, I grew up from the community, so I know the blockchain community. I know the history. Even it's a very young industry, but the blockchain have 8 years or 9 years history. Yeah. So we know the history. We know the community members. We know the people. And what we are trying to do is like we wanted to create something new based on the current software, based on the current achievement. Yeah. So that's our idea. And in the future, I hope quantum can become a very global platform. Every developer, you can feel free to join the platform because you can always find something is familiar, and you can find something it's very easy to do the development work. Yeah. Okay, so thank you for listening to my speech. My email is patrick@quantum.org, and here is the Quantum Telegram. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Another round of applause. It was a great presentation, which brought some thoughts in my mind. In the space, we have a lot of groups. I spoke about it before. We have people who are saying, my proof-of-stake model works the best. It's proof-of-stake versus proof-of-work versus proof-of-resources. All these different people claiming to have the best solution for scalability, whether it's a Lightning Network, whether it's Plasma, whether it's sharding. You have all these different variations of technology. I'm a firm believer in competition, laissez-faire capitalism. I'm a firm believer if you think you have a product or service that is better, put it to the market and let the market judge. The market's always right. It's not what you want. It's what the market demands. If the market sees that your technology is giving them better value for whatever that may be, so be it. Therefore, the market dictates that you're scaling solutions better. So my challenge to all teams, whether that is Quantum, whether that is Ethereum, whether that is EOS, whether that is Bitcoin, just get to work. Let's build great technologies, build great communities, and let's let the market decide. So we have a great speaker coming on board right now, and I think the talk's going to be absolutely amazing. And his name is Gov Van Eck. He's a co-founder of Bitcar. Gov provides the conceptual and technical development as well as commercial direction of Bitcar. In 2015, he co-founded Ledger Assets, a leading Australian blockchain company. In the following year, he co-founded blockchain energy company Power Ledger, and Gov just told me they did roughly $200 million in one day in trading, and medical records company Enom. He has a PhD from University of Manchester in total technology. Before Ledger Assets, he was managing director of a number of private listed companies. He's an investor, business founder, and launched his first software company in 1991, so he's been around. Gov is experienced in conceptual development, systems architectural designs, commercial matters, and expertise in human computing interfaces within AI and other stuff. So everybody, please give a warm welcome to Gov.
Switched on my mic. Is it on? We're on? Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to have this opportunity to present to you today about Bitcar, which is a very interesting and novel new project. So what I'm going to ask is that we play a video that we've prepared, and they might just put that on right now. Great, thank you very much for that. I hope you enjoyed that. We had that made in Sydney a few weeks ago, and that is a representation of our project Bitcar. So I'm Gov Van Eck, and we had the introduction there, very kind, and I co-founded Power Ledger, and that's been really fantastic. But there were 2 projects that myself and co-founder John Bullich, who's probably there somewhere, that we did, and the other project was Bitcar, and that's been in the works actually for 2.5 years, that project. We started about 4 years ago going into blockchain, and at that time we were just looked at like a bunch of geeks, like, you know, what are you talking about blockchain, what the hell is that? And we got kicked out of most rooms, and then, you know, went on to do Power Ledger, and that was great, but we'd been working on Bitcar for quite some time. So I'm going to talk you through that now. So there's a disclaimer. I don't think it's sort of readable. Anybody need more time, or should we move on? Yep, move on. All right, so did you know that not all cars depreciate? Many, in fact, appreciate. And if you look at the Hagerty Classic Car Index over time, you can see that since 2007, prices have gone up quite steadily, up to 87% higher, and then it's come down slightly in May 2017. So these are classic cars. That's a whole asset class, and I'm here to talk to you today about opening up that asset class, which is closed. And these expensive cars are available to people who are very rich, and they can buy, you know, $1.5 million car. But the rest of us can't. So we decided 2.5 years ago to research this very carefully, and I want to share the results with you today, which has become Bitcar. So what we found was the Frank Knight Luxury Index. Here gives you representation. Sorry about slightly grainy, but up there you can see that classic cars in the last 3 years have gone up by 25%. In the last year by 13%. Compare that to US stocks, property, gold, cash. A lot of people who are investing, they have, you know, some distribution in their portfolio. But look, there's classic cars, you know, and global house prices and that kind of thing, less. So we saw that and we thought, what can we do with that? So you rank that against some of the other asset classes, and you can see that classic cars has outperformed. So by Knight Frank, you can see it's significantly higher than the Hagerty Index, and it's like really substantial returns. And there was no real dive in prices when the financial recession happened and that kind of thing. So yeah, you can see it's an amazing asset class that's been closed. So we dig a bit deeper now and take, for example, a couple of iconic Ferraris. Take an F40 and look at the price there. That's gone up from, you know, the 250,000 range to, you know, several million. And the F50, which has got that lovely Formula One V12 engine in it, even more exclusive, and that's continued to soar to $2-point-something million there over the same period of time. So there are lucky owners who have these vehicles tucked away, and I know one of them has an F50, and he says, I'll put it in my container, it's not coming out for the next 10 years. You know, you can understand why, because they're just depreciating. Right now in China, there is still a ban on importing these kind of cars, and it's only a matter of time before that opens up, and there are thousands of millionaires there who are going to want to get involved in the asset class. So the asset class is really exciting one, we think. Another example, here's the McLaren F1, and that's gone up from 1 million to nearly 16 million over the same period of time. Absolutely incredible. So Mr. Bean has got 3 of them, the Sultan of Brunei, he's got loads of them. That's just a little example of not all cars depreciate, is kind of my point. And so here is a picture of the Sultan of Brunei, and he has you know, the largest collection, 3,000 cars he's got tucked away in his garage. And there's a sample of his Ferraris right now. So he's been onto this for a while. But this is a very rich billionaire, 20 billion or whatever he's worth. So even for him, small part of his portfolio. And, you know, they're just not doing anything, just sitting in there, and they're just an asset. It's a shame, because we see cars as an art group is how we look at it. So you can see, for example, that 3 million for a top-end Ferrari, you know, it's out of the price range. 250 GTO, that goes for $38.1 million, that car. So Bitcar, in essence, and my first point I want to leave you with, is that we aim to open up this asset class and allow peer-to-peer owning and trading peer-to-peer of the asset class. Bitcar proudly is a Singaporean company. We're staffing up here in Singapore. I myself went to school here in Singapore in the past and have lived here for a long time. And Singapore, you know, is really fantastic in the way that it's approaching you know, innovation, and it's really moving forward well. So we're proud to be in Singapore and staffing up. So my final sort of slide on that point was, here are some of those cars. We've been researching them for 2 years plus. There is a long list of them. We're not going to show them all right now. But, you know, Lamborghini Miura there as well, $2 or $3 million. That's really a fantastic asset. And again, just coming back a little bit to fintech here, the difference between this and property is property is a registered asset. It's always going to be registered, right? And when we looked at this, we started with art. We said, we're going to get Leonardo da Vinci painting. We're going to do this, right? But then me and John looked at it carefully and we thought, do you really think people will believe us that it's a real da Vinci? And we thought, maybe not, you know? So then we looked at property and other things and we said, well, that's an asset that's always going to be registered. So our passion was cars anyway, and it worked out perfectly that when you deregister one of these vehicles, it's then a private personal asset. And that has a lot of implications at law. And tokenization of assets is coming fast next year across lots of blockchain projects. That's really where we've been specializing as well. And as it comes out fully, the kind of regulatory issues around tokenizing assets, and as we share more with the market, I think you'll see what it means is, what I mean by when I say it's a deregistered personal mobile asset. It's very different from fixed property and that kind of thing. So what is Bitcar then, really? Well, Bitcar, first of all, is a cryptocurrency for exotic cars. So it's just the top layer there is the cryptocurrency as a utility for exotic cars. And then we have a decentralized Ethereum platform, fully decentralized. And we built the prototype already, started in 2015 and in 2016, and evolved it, stopped and started, spent an enormous amount of time working out how exactly does this work. It sounds simple, but when you go in the details, a lot of problems and issues to solve that we've spent a lot of time on. But essentially, what we're saying is we went to Switzerland as well. We worked with FINMA, the regulator there. We spent a lot of money with our lawyers, MME, who did Ethereum, by the way, and they're fantastic. Luca Muller was excellent. And we worked with them, and we worked with the regulator there in FINMA, and we said, look, at what point is it a security and what isn't? When is it not a security? And this is a very topical issue. So we spent lots of money and got their feedback, and they told us what kind of things they were concerning them. And it's not just securities law as well, but there are banking acts, and there are other acts as well that you have to consider. So we did all of that in 2016 already in Switzerland, and we're doing a similar thing here now with it. We're going to be doing that in Singapore. And so what we're saying is an agent who's a third-party entity not related to the Bitcar company or platform will take these cars, they will source them, buy them, and there'll be only a few of those appointed, and they'll have to put a lot of coin and money at stake before they could ever kind of work for our platform, because we do not want any funny issues or bad cars, so they would have a lot at stake before they could do it. But eventually there'll be an agent. They will get such a car, they will tokenize it, and then you'll be able to switch between the cryptocurrency and the asset tokens in the platform, and you'll be able to own that. So it's like tethering as well. We've seen what's happened to Tether recently, unfortunately, but in a way, we started out and it was, well, there's a lot of people who are interested in owning classic cars, can't afford it, and but it can still be part of that asset class. And then, of course, cryptocurrency exploded. There's a huge amount of volatility, and what happened next is it's also kind of a home and a haven for when you got a lot of fluctuations. So those cars don't get driven, let's be clear about that. We treat them as art, and so I'll show you in a moment what we do with them, but they're exhibited as art items. And for us, we have to take these cars that are rather expensive, so our bar is set at those cars, because those are the ones that are really valuable and appreciating. If you go back down, then you get less appreciation is our research. And also, we're kind of focused more on the hypercars initially, because they have the cleanest title that has the least amount of owners previously, the minimum dispute. So there's a lot of factors there. We wanted the cleanest, best title. And for a Zonda, you can't exactly fake a Zonda. We looked at wine and all those things as well early on. And you've seen Sour Grapes, the movie. In the US, the guy was cheating on wine and wrecked the industry. So we're happy with that as an asset class. It's really rather clean and well-defined and not copyable. So here's another picture in the top. Sorry, it's a little blurry there, but that's kind of a little exchange where people can put their interests in cars in their portfolio. They can list it on an exchange that we created. That was fully operational, still is operational. At the time we built that, we used Bitcoin colored coin technology to trial that out. That was because it's quite a while ago we've done that. And so you can always exit your stake in the car at any time. And then you can see a little boutique over there. We intend to have the first. There's the auction houses over there, a sample over there, and after 5 years, the car will get sold at one of those auction houses. We'll only do it through, a very, there's 4 we've got there, Bonhams, Christie's, RM Sotheby's, those kind of guys. We want to do it only very sort of arm's length sales through those entities, so there can be no chance for any manipulation. So, me and John did Power Ledger, as I mentioned, and, that's gone really well. So we want to take minimum risk in terms of this platform, keep it very conservative wherever we can, work with regulators in the best possible way. That's just the DNA of what we're about. So that's how it works for Bitcar. And what we're saying over here is after 5 years, you can vote, basically, using our blockchain technology. You can vote whether you want to, the owners of the car will vote whether to liquidate it in a sale or whether they should keep it for another few years. So we'll use that technology as well. Okay, so that gives you an idea. So, why Bitcar? It's a haven in times of cryptocurrency, and there are lots of things that happen in crypto. We in this room, we've all been exposed to them, a battle between Bitcoin Cash and BTC the other day. You saw that, the parity and the DAO hacks, the SegWit2s and forks. So we think that this Bitcar will have two functions. It'll be, an area for a very large enthusiastic, the enthusiasts in the classic car world are very large. There's a significant number of people, and there's hardly been any disruption or anything happening there. So we think that audience, which we're slowly tapping into, will be excited. And also, we have a gamification aspect to the platform where you actually can earn rewards and points for lots of different things. So that's for the younger crowd as well. And then secondly, it's at a time of volatility in crypto. We see people parking money in there for short periods of time, and it'll have a floor price on those assets. Now, every time an agent acquires a car and it gets tokenized, the money comes back and we buy more and more cars. So we don't actually need to raise any more money. We expect with $10 million, we can very quickly roll out a substantial portfolio of cars, and our target is to do 500 to $1 million to $1 billion of coins, $1 billion worth of cars, I beg your pardon, in 3 to 5 years is the target. And we think it's very achievable. So there's the volatility example I was talking about, and I nearly bought Tether myself a few times when I thought, I see something coming, I want some shelter. So that's part of what the product is. Okay, so DNA does matter in the ICO world, and I didn't misspell power there. I unashamedly put power. That's our Power Ledger token. John and myself, Nuno, founded this company at that time. We have Cherie, who's here as well, and we all did Power Ledger. And of course, we now beefed up. The Power Ledger team is quite large, so that gives us the room to be able to do this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done it. And there's no other projects we can really fit in. We need to focus now on completing that. And so we've also got Julia and Rodney and Al, our team, and Dan Woodruff as well, as a racing driver from Malaysia who's joined us. And so that's the team. And as I said, the DNA of the team matters. You have to, there's been some awful things in the ICO world, some fraud and all of that kind of thing. And so we feel that our track record's quite strong at the moment, and so we hope that we can move this exciting project forward. We also have some connections in the car world over time now, and that's a picture there of Mr. Briggs in the middle. He's got 300 cars and owns a museum, and is, he's connected to the world of cars. Every year is in Monterey, and he has connections with most of the large portfolios of cars privately owned all over the world, so that'll accelerate our opportunity to buy cars. And also with the auction houses like RM Sotheby, he knows the owner for 25 years, and we need that kind of thing. That's now internal in the company. That's our special advisory and expertise to be able to accelerate the platform's growth quickly. So another point I want to make is some ICOs haven't really thought through their token economy. And what I'm saying here is, why would you buy Bitcar for the ICO, which is coming in December, is because we've designed the whole thing around using our experience from Power Ledger to make sure that there's organic pressure on the token that gets squeezed so that people get a reward over time and hopefully the price will rise. What we mean by that is when people come on the platform, they're paying also in Bitcar, the cryptocurrency, they're escrowing amounts in their accounts. They pay for the maintenance, insurance, and storage in Bitcar. And every time users do that, more and more of the token is escrowed, right? And in the first few years, we will also be burning a percentage of the transaction fees on the platform, and that is like an afterburner, really. It kind of gets the cryptocurrency to height, and once we're at a height, we switch it off and we stop burning. That's the plan. And so we believe Bitcar, the cryptocurrency, is well set up for early backers, should do quite well, we're hoping. And then as the platform rolls out, we hope to dominate this area in the market that we're specializing in. But I will say, we've already been approached and been in talks on wider uses of Bitcar cryptocurrency. And what we said this time is we're going to focus laser tight on this sector, super defined plan, execution is everything as far as we're concerned, and we want to be ahead of our schedule and execution. That's how we are. And that's what we do with Power Ledger. We can do that again here even more so, and then we'll expand. So rather than promise that we can do everything, we can have a $1 trillion market, that's just nonsense, we think. We think really go for the specialization. It's also a very exciting product as well, and we think, therefore, with that, we can deliver in a time when there are many ICOs that, flooded everywhere. This is kind of completely different. So that's what we did. There are the cars, and we're going to have little boutiques. We plan to have a glass one in Singapore where we'll have them, or you can walk around and you have a QR code on the car and you'll literally get your wallet out and click on it and you can trade an interest in it right there. We actually think that's the future of museums. All these museums, we talked to quite a few now, they struggle with the money. They don't have enough money for their assets. So actually it's the crowd that has to own those assets and trade them, and that helps everybody. So talking already about white labeling our platform to a museum and other asset classes, people are sort of talking to us. But again, that's secondary. And again, nope, we'll only focus on our core product first. And once that's fully operational, we will do that. And then we are having a continuous bounty marketing concept, which we dreamt up, and we think it's great. It's not just for an ICO, it's continuous. And then there's the gamification where people get certain different levels. You can see NOS there and 94 Octane. So actually, people can get involved and with their passion behind these products, and that's what a lot of people are into. And they can trade, and they can develop the community for Bitcar. And as they do that, eventually, in the first 2 years, we intend to hand out a prize, which will be a brand new Huracan Lamborghini. And that's not a gimmick, and it's not handed out in the ICO or all that nonsense. No, it's for the person that's really, really built the community over a number of years. We're going to do the top prize of one of those. And of course, there's other rewards, and you're earning rewards as you're trading and that kind of thing. So gamification, very important. Enthusiasm behind the product and marketing, very important. So here's our roadmap. As I say, it's a little blurry there, but we have already built the prototype platform, had it worked several times, and we're converting it into fully decentralized, of course, because we don't want to be disrupted, and we're tech people at heart. So it's fully decentralized. The platform will live on every Ethereum node. It'll be everywhere and nowhere. And so already next year, we are going to open the platform with exotic trading. We haven't bought any cars yet or anything like that. And, we have built the platform. We're getting some partners and developing that. And then once it's open next year, we want to build up the volume to get our $500 million to $1 billion target in 3 to 5 years is the plan. And so our pre-sale will be opening in December. We've already got quite a bit of appetite, but I have to talk to Cherie about that. And that's Bitcar. We're ahead of schedule on the roadmap, which is really exciting. So thank you very much for this opportunity to present. I'm Gov Van Eck, and we're registered here in Singapore, as I said. And please come round. We brought in that nice yellow Lamborghini over there, so if anybody wants to have a look at it, get your photograph taken by it, or just ask some questions, everybody's very welcome, and we're very humbled by this fantastic exhibition. So thank you very much. I'm being asked if there's any Q&A questions to take a few, and I can do 1 or 2, and then the rest we can do by the 2 questions, I'm told, and then the rest we can do by our Lamborghini. Come and ask lots of questions. They've got a full team there. They may know more than I do. So please, if there's any burning questions.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So basically, I'm here. My first question is the tokenization of the assets you do, like internal coin that you use, is it allocated per car? Or is it like token interchangeable by the car investments you do?
Yeah, I think I got that. So what we're saying for that is that each car will represent its own Ethereum smart contract. Each car will be fully tokenized individually. And the reason we're doing that is to allow the full peer-to-peer trading between people of the interests in the car. And there'll be Oracle lookups and the fee exchange built in the contract. But the aim is to do a fully decentralized contract. And each car is tokenized into, say, 1 million pieces, and those interests are then traded.
But you use single internal coin for the medium, right?
Yeah, so the top coin is the Bitcar coin, and that's the utility to allow people to come into the platform and allow you to operate and actually get into the exchange. And that is completely separate, and that is the cryptocurrency that will be ICO'd, correct, yeah.
Okay.
Any... one last question we can do, I think. No takers. Come and see us by the Lamborghini. And thank you very much again for your time.
Once again, round of applause. The whole point of blockchain really reminds me of, for example, over here you had the option of fractional reserve or fractional opportunity to become an owner in a very expensive asset. For example, I'm from Toronto, and basically the average home in Toronto is about $1 million. For a really dinky little house, $1 million. And let's say you're a millennial or you're a regular person, you have to put down 20% to buy that house. That's $200,000. I don't know about you, but I don't know too many people that work 9 to 5 that have $200,000 sitting in cash on the side. And real estate's going to get more and more expensive. Like for us in Toronto, we think $1 million for a very, let's say small house or a condo, $1 million expensive, but in comparison to New York, in comparison to San Francisco, in comparison to Paris, or right here, our neighbors, in comparison to Hong Kong, it's cheap in the long run. Eventually, Toronto is going to have the average home $3 million. So I see in the future the opportunity where people have the option to invest in assets but have a fractional investment of that asset. So this gives the opportunity to anybody, whether you're making $10,000 a year, whether you're making $20,000 a year, or whether you're making $300,000 a year, you have now the optionality of investing in different asset class from a small percentage. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to have a panel coming up for ICOs. We're just going to rearrange a little bit the chairs over here. Everyone's going to get mic'd up. So we have about 5 to 7 minutes before we go on stage. If you quickly have to use a washroom, I suggest using the washroom now, or you got to do some social media or texting, do it right now. But just stay with us. So within 5 minutes, we're going to start the panel.
No, we were supposed to third or fourth, according to the modulator.
Yeah, we're going to start liking it.
sweet 16 beat, the way you taught me, when played correctly, is weighted gently. I added one thing, just one thing, the love triangle, a love triangle. It makes my dreams sing, my dreams sing. My beats for love, see the stars deep in the night, see the stars deep in the night. I think about you all the time, I think about you all the time. Darling, if you take my hand, darling, if you take my hand, feel the magic that was mine, feel the magic that was mine. My sweet 16 beat, the way you taught me, must be walk softly, must be what love. See the stars deep in the night, see the stars deep in the night. I think about you all the time, I think about you all the time. Darling, if you take my hand, darling, if you take my hand, feel the magic that was mine, you feel the magic that was mine. Got a heart going, got a voice for soul. I never known that until we hit the road.
Well,
Got
two more chances.
loving on the mind. Each night that we go out, she'll put on her red coat, and I know what that means. It means that we're in love, and that's enough now. Buckle up and windows down now. Ain't that a little too much for you? Ain't that a little too much for you?
Me out to dry. Take me for a ride. Do whatever you feel like you're behind the wheel. Try me out to dry. Take me for a ride. Do whatever you feel like you're behind the wheel. Try.
Since we've been going out, I always take these same roads, and I've kept the car clean. I remember first night out at the dance now, flowers shaking in my hands now, trying to give you something more than the other ones who came before me.
Monday night, running late, getting you from your parents' place. Heading out to the show, trying to fix the radio. Getting drunk, arguing, stumbling off into
right, guys, welcome back. And we're going to have a great panel right now. We have an amazing rock star cast for the panel. The talk of the panel is obviously ICOs. We're going to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. And let me start introducing our panelists. So first of all, we have Sasha Ivanov, CEO of Waves Platform. He's a physicist by education. He's been involved in internet payment system and software development, in neural network prediction software for our financial markets. After emergence of blockchain technology, he launched his first instant cryptocurrency exchange, CoinMat.com, the first fiat block token, Coin USD, and the first tradable cryptocurrency index, CoinoIndex.com. In 2016, Sasha Ivanov raised $17 million during the crowdfunding round for his new project, Waves. Waves is a crowdfunding platform on the blockchain which allows its users to raise money in a completely decentralized and secure way. Everybody, welcome Sasha. Thank you.
Time.
Otherwise, we could all just swap identities.
And our next guest is Jamie Burke, CEO of Outlier Ventures, which he founded to enable Europe's angel and early stage VC communities through workshops, pitch events, and thought leaderships to invest in the biggest opportunities since the web itself, the emerging blockchain startup space. Everybody, welcome Jamie. Next, we have Mike Kayamori, co-founder and CEO of Coin. Inspired by the innovative disruption of blockchain and digital currency, Mike co-founded Coin in 2014 with Mario. Mike brings over 22 years of experience in investments, business management, IT, venture capitals across Japan, United States, India, and Southeast Asia. And prior to Coin, Mike was a senior vice president at SoftBank Group, managing its Asian operation investments with the Singtel and Bharati Group. Welcome, Mike.
All right. That was long. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, guys.
Next, we have Lee Wan. He obviously you saw his talk earlier, which is the founder of A-Chain. Welcome, Lee Wan.
Every time. It's too long.
Next, we have Wang Bensheng, advisor at Blockchain Development Organization.
是我吗？
Thank you. And just a side note, we're going to have a Mandarin translator for English. So Wang will be speaking Mandarin, and the translator will be translating back and forth from English to Mandarin. And finally, we have a new addition right now, Zoe Adamovich, co-founder at Newfund, expert in technology, entrepreneurship, fintech, and venture capital. Prior to Newfund, founded and raised numerous rounds of venture capital for Zio, a search engine company, exited to the NASDAQ, listed as Digital Turbine, Prior Data, App Store Intelligence, Concise Software, Software Development, Engineering Service. Welcome, Zoe.
So your fund? Your fund? No, we're an exchange.
Thank you.
A crypto exchange.
So I'm going to do things a little bit different. I've been on many panels, and this panel is pretty big, right? A lot of great minds over here, and we can probably sit here for hours and hours and talk about ICOs all day. So, we have a set limit, maybe about 40 minutes to talk about what we need to talk about. And I think it would be great if we kind of split this up, kind of make it more organic, almost like us sitting down and having a cup of coffee together. So I want to really get you guys involved. We're going to open up for Q&As during this talk. But first of all, I want to open up with this statement. And I've been on 2 panels, and I opened up with this question before, and I get different answers from people. So my question for the panelists right away is, in your own words, what do you consider an ICO? And anyone can start at any time. Like, what is it? Like, the definition of it. Is it just raising about capital, or does it have to be a utility token, or there has to be some kind of voting mechanism? Like, what is it?
Probably ICO is a term that is a little bit obsolete, because you associate ICO with startups. So you associate ICOs with tokenizing venture capital. But it's not everything that we have in crypto. So I think the next year is going to be the year of token sales, and ICO as a concept is going to become obsolete, more or less, because you have much more that you can do with tokens. It's not just tokenizing venture capital or startups, it's tokenizing everything. So next year will be the year of tokenization, not a year of ICOs, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, so I'd say that ICOs, like blockchain, are a bit of a catch-all term. But for me, what they represent is the tokenization of value. And and ultimately, it's a business model for open source. So if you think about the reward for open source previously was more ego. You know, you got to say you were a major contributor to a particular open source project. But there was no commercial model. So what tokenization offers is the ability to tokenize value within the system that can be then fractionalized and depending upon how you want to play it, securitized. So you can have secondary markets. So for me, what's most exciting about that is we've been investing in the blockchain space for over 4 years. We were Europe's first blockchain-focused VC. And previously, a lot of people were coming to us trying to build and finance proprietary business models in an open source environment. So there's this kind of natural tension. And beginning part of this year, there's this kind of flip into token-based ways of financing a project. And so what we're now seeing is a large number of companies that would have otherwise built proprietary technology open sourcing. And not only that, but existing companies that have proprietary IP that are now converting into foundations or vehicles to manage open source technology. And so for me, that's a hugely exciting innovation because if you look at traditional startup and VC funding, 90% of startups fail. So most capital is lost, most IP is lost, most know-how is lost. It's a really inefficient way to finance innovation. So here, I think what we're creating is less fragile systems where hopefully more value is retained even if a particular team failed to execute on a project. So despite all the hype, and yes, there's a lot of shit coins and outright fraud in some cases, if you kind of ignore all of that and focus on what's really happening behind the scenes, this is a truly revolutionary way, not just to finance companies, but to build them too.
Thank you. Yeah, so I would probably oversimplify it. I think ICO, as its initial coin offering, it's capital raising. Whether if it's utility, whether if it's equity, whether if it's open source or decentralized, I think it's a new way for the community to fund something that they want to support. And they can enjoy that service. They could be part of that service being built. And their token has a secondary market, whether they want to sell it or not. So I think this is the new way of capital raising or fundraising. It's here to stay. We initially decided, like, should we use the word ICO or should it be like a initial token sale? But forget it. I think it's ICO. It's here to stay, and it's a way to raise capital.
Okay. For me, I will refer to 3 aspects. The first is technical, and technically, I think ICO is a trustable way to raise fund, and based on blockchain and token, because it's reliable to transfer to each other. So it's a new way to collect money and economical way. The second one is I think it's a chance to build a new model of business. In the past, most of the business model you need to get invest and try to earn profit and then go to IPO and the traditional way. But for the blockchain business, for the ICO, it allows us to build a very different way of business, such as something like Bitcoin, the Ethereum, and the HN. Actually, there's no profit thing in this business. Actually, no profit thing. But still, it can benefit the people who join in this business. So I think there's also other chance to build another business model, but it's very good. And the third part is personally, I think, especially for the founders of a project, ICO is a promise. It's a lifelong term promise. Because most of the ICO, the fund come to you, which means they trust you, trust your team, trust you as founder, trust your team. So you cannot just run away. You have a lifetime responsibility for the project.
Thank you.
Okay.
大家好。我认为 ICO 呢是人类社会的信息传递成本接近于零的时候，区块链技术解决了传递价值的方案。
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe ICO is a form to bring down the value or the cost of the human information communication to zero through blockchain technology.
ICO 的本质呢是来自社群社区的力量，是人类社会第一次在全球范围之内实现了认知上的协作。
And the core essence of ICO comes from the community power, and that's the first time for the whole human race to have a global collaboration on the recognition, on the layer of the recognition.
随着人工智能的普及，区块链技术的深度应用，下一个层面就是智能之间的交换，机器之间的交换。在未来，法币是没有应用场景的。
With the popularization of AI and blockchain technologies, the intelligence exchange in the future will not have, between the machines, will not have any application scenarios.
ICO 全部是以项目和团队的方式出现的，没有公司的影子。所以在未来，整个公司制、传统的资本市场都将慢慢的解体。
So for ICO, it is carried out through projects and teams. There is no shadow of companies anymore. So for those companies who have initiated ICOs in the future, they will disappear physically.
Cool. 所以说，它既不是股权，也不是债权。ICO 对整个未来的资本市场的影响和冲击将是深远的。
So we can say that it's not equity nor security, and the impact of ICO to the future market is very deep and very long.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to build on what Jamie and Mike have said a little bit, and maybe talking a little bit about what ICOs have been and what they actually became, right? Because they started as something different than they are a little bit today. So, the first ICOs started because the community, the founders, the developers of the networks, of protocol models, they wanted to speed up the growth of these networks, right? So if you look at the, let's say Bitcoin, right? Everybody's talking that it is such a high price today, but it took years for Bitcoin to actually achieve that growth, right? So, if you look at the Bitcoin chart, it's flat, and suddenly growth. The charts for ICOs are very different, right? It typically starts, with a lot of growth, and then, the network develops, goes down a little bit or something. Obviously, because there's a big difference if you grow your business or network organically, like Bitcoin, or if you put an initial investment in it, right? Like in an ICO model. So they initially were that. However, what happens today, and I agree with Mike here to some extent, is that ICOs became actually a fundraising tool for any company, not necessarily protocol companies. We see on our platforms tons of startups that are coming, from different businesses, right? Be it hardware or be it whatever, e-commerce and so on, who have nothing to do with blockchain, and still they want to use the ICO as a process for fundraising. Reason being that obviously it's a lot more efficient than venture capital markets that are very fragmented. It is a lot cheaper than public markets that are inaccessible for any company that is below, tens of millions of dollars in revenue, right? So that's what ICOs became today to some extent, right? And I think there is a phase. Let's see what they're going to become eventually. But yeah.
Thank you. There's a couple of commonalities with the answers over here. For example, right now in the space is we're trying to come to an equilibrium of understanding what is a proper ICO, right? For example, myself, I know Jamie and a bunch of other people, Zoe as well. Like, let's say you're an angel investor. There's a strict framework that we do. Yeah. Whether that's equity, people are held accountable. There's regulations and laws that put everything in place for the investor itself. So with the ICOs right now, you don't know the team. They're all around the world. There's no accountability. They're at the mercy of the exchanges. So if the exchanges decide to delist them, the coin value drops automatically overnight. So there are a lot of unknowns and variables. So when it comes to an investor, whether that is you as an individual, whether that is an angel, whether that is institutional money, it's quite scary for somebody to come from that point when you have no accountability whatsoever. So moving in the future, Jamie, he brought it up, open source, non-private, full transparency. Do you think we'll come to a consensus model eventually where we determine this is the best method that we can do an ICO? And maybe we just start off with you, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think there's a universal one-size-fits-all, and I think to kind of pick up on what Zoe was mentioning, you know, if you're looking at a protocol, there's very clearly the purpose and function for a utility token to drive that digital economy, and that's the best way to think about these things. They're not companies, they're economies. And so the point of having a token in is that you can incentivize or disincentivize certain behaviors. You can hard code monetary and fiscal policy into them. And so they can behave and function as a stable marketplace. Now, we can say all that with the hindsight of how we see Bitcoin behave and its level of utility beyond maybe just being a digital gold. And the same can be said for something like Ethereum. And for example, we work with Imperial College and both the economics department and the computer science department to very carefully think through the design of these digital economies that we're investing into. So we don't just buy tokens on the secondary market. We make sure we're directly involved in how they're designed. The second thing is you then have another part of the market, which is where people are just looking to tokenize value in the system, usually associated to a particular asset. And for me, that's clearly a security. And I think you can imagine that almost everything that can be tokenized will be tokenized, whether it's property, art, sports cars like was presented earlier. But these are securities. They need to be marketed as such. They needed to be treated as such. At the moment, there is just no liquidity for security tokens. There will be in the future. But the kind of big concern that I have at the moment is that everybody's rushing to that tokenization of effectively securitized value. And there isn't the infrastructure to enable it. So most of the use cases that you see being tokenized at the moment at an app token level just aren't even viable on something like Ethereum. The economics of Ethereum won't allow it to scale.
Years away.
So I certainly where we focus and where I encourage other investors to focus is let's focus on the infrastructure, the protocols that are going to enable Web3, from identity to IoT-centric data marketplaces, governance layers, all of these kind of things. And once we've got these things in place and they function and they're stable, then we can start looking at app tokens that are on top.
You say, Sasha, because you're running waves, so I know you have a lot to say for this.
Yeah, so I think what we need to do now is to have some kind of self-regulation of this market, because regulators, government regulators are probably not ready to really understand how it works, and we need to provide some guidelines for them. So we need to have some kind of self-regulation within community, because what we have now, we have tokenization of startups, and as everybody knows, 9 out of 10 startups fail. So basically, you let people invest in things that are going to fail, definitely. Like 9 out of 10 tokens that you can see now trading at exchanges, they're going to drop in price and they're going to disappear eventually. So you have to realize that is going to happen no matter what. So we need to provide some kind of guidelines for people. It's not only KYC, AML, it's not only accountability for the teams, but it's also some kind of business due diligence. I think we need to have some kind of rating agency, more or less. It can be more or less decentralized. Potentially, it should be decentralized completely. Like you have some kind of voting procedure where people can vote for the projects and stuff like that. For the moment, we should have some reputable centralized agency, maybe, that can really protect people from investing in bad things. Otherwise, regulators, government regulators, are going to be all over this market, and they're gonna probably try to crash it at some stage. So we need to have some accountability guidelines, some self-regulation, and that's what is going to happen next year, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, so to an extent, I agree, but there's already enough regulation, right? If it looks and smells and talks like a security, it's a security.
Right.
Every country has their own Securities Act, whether if it's the SEC or the MAS has its Security Act. So it's going to happen, right? And then it's going to be a risk for that entrepreneur to try to sell a security token as a utility, right? And they will come and get you.
Oh, yeah.
They will come in. So so I don't think there needs to be another regulatory framework. And now let's look at utility, right? So we just did our own ICO. We raised over 100 million at that time. With appreciation of Ethereum, it's about 150 million now. And we listed on our exchange. We're one of the largest exchanges. But I think we're underestimating the knowledge of the crowd and the community, right? The days of the free lunch are over, right? Early this year, maybe up to June, July, if you decentralize this, you decentralize that, you're able to raise 20 million, 30 million, even 100 million, right? Those days are gone. There's already enough ICO fatigue in the market. And these people who participate in ICOs, like as a token issuer myself, it was my first ICO. So I had a lot of learning curve. The people who participate in my ICO, it was their 20th or 30th, right? I would have to do an AMA almost every other day. And they will delve in, they will ask me, they will scrutinize why I need to raise this much, why my price will fall after I list it, why I'm unique compared to all these other ICOs. And they have much more knowledge than I do. Like even like a decentralized exchange there, a centralized exchange there, an atomic swap there, why are you different? And these people communicate with other ICO communities, and it's true now, people can't raise money, right? I think there's already this self-discipline or almost like a self-regulatory network of communities who participate. And it's going to be difficult to raise capital. And the guys who raised it early, they're experiencing it, right? When they, like, if they sell everybody, like,
Yeah, I mean,
3 months on, it will their price will go down.
yeah, so this is very cool what you're saying. I had, I think that, it's not only that the regulator will come after you, right, if you do an ICO this way, but also the community will do, right, which is something that is happening with Tezos, right now. This was one of the 200 million ICOs some time ago. And they're now experiencing a class action lawsuit in America. So I was reading this lawsuit actually this night. And it's very interesting because it is the Tezos token holders that are going after Tezos, both the managers and the foundation, the Swiss Foundation as well, targeting this legal workaround with the Swiss Foundation in the background. And the first complaint in this lawsuit is not about the management mismanaging the roadmap or delivery. The first number one complaint is, hey, we were sold illegal unregistered securities, right? So the community is going after these ICOs. However, I think I need to kind of agree and disagree with the point that there is enough regulation, right? So that's true. If there is, if something is a security, it is a security, right? But securities can be differently regulated around the world as well. So I think that maybe America is doing a little bit too much because we see that after this July announcement from SEC, they lost half of their market. There is no tokens listed in American exchanges. If you're doing an ICO and you're hoping for Kraken or Poloniex or Bittrex, forget it. It's just not happening anymore. All of this has moved to Asia, right, in the large extent. And America simply lost the market, which is a big hit into Silicon Valley, I suppose, in that case, right? So, and you see other, jurisdictions, Germany, for example, which, on 15th November, so very recently, has issued a regulation where tokens are classified not as securities, but as what is called units of account, which is a regulation that is a bit more targeted towards new digital markets, right? It is regulated, but it's not killing the market. It helps it grow, right?
Yeah, also I think I partly disagree with your idea about there is enough regulation, but I strongly agree with you that the market has changed, and the investors and the entrepreneurs, they are becoming a community, they are becoming more and more mature. Before, compared with maybe 3 or 4 months ago. I think that's a rules of our business. At first, the market is no one knows how to do the things. So there's money, and just come here to collect money, and it's very easy. But when more and more people realize the value of this thing, and they come here, and it will begin to try to build the rules slowly. And I think it's a good thing because for each business, I think we need professionals to come here to build the real rules to make this thing to happen with its advantage, but to get rid of the risk. So I think it's a good thing that more and more people come here, and it's a good thing for that the projects we find it's very hard to collect money. It's a good thing because the other market need to be choose some real good project and to get rid of the other not so good project. I think that's a good thing. Another thing is that for the regulation, I think because it's very new, there will be many new things here. So the traditional regulation part of the may be effective for new thing, but maybe we need to add new things, add new rules for the new things. And at the very beginning, I think if the regulation is a little open, we will have more opportunity to build the rules, especially to get the rules from the community. Okay.
I just want to build on a couple of points. I think, as you were saying, securities laws already exist the world over, and they more than cover the part of the market that could be classified or should be classified as securities. The problem is that people want to do global offerings, and securities laws are inherently local. Now, generally, the de facto is you follow the SEC because they're the standard bearer, and usually they're the most aggressive in crossing borders to pursue people who break securities laws. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that there are ways to kind of the challenges around people currently marketing, whether it's a security or utility, usually is going to be based upon, do they deliver utility in the end? Ideally, you would do what's called a SAFT, which is a security. You only market it to accredited investors who assume the risk of that investment. And it converts into, those securities convert into tokens at the point that there is utility, demonstrable utility, which kind of almost ensures and protects the issuer and ensures that you're not passing risk on to a retail investor.
SAFT would just be for accredited investors.
Right. But at the moment that you can prove there's utility, if there is indeed utility, then that can be marketed to effectively a retail base. So that's the second piece.
But I think if I can just, because SAFT, has been very popular recently, but I guess that, just recently SEC actually said that, they yet to, they yet to see a token that wouldn't be a security, right? So I think that currently, unless you of course propose it to the accredited investors only, the SAFT actually has been widely criticized right now, right? It cannot be proven to work because utility token in its base doesn't seem to hold as a tool for investment, which is also, somewhat an interesting thing to discuss because, a utility token and has a utility function, right, is difficult to combine with an investment function.
I disagree.
Right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so let's just discuss that. So, one point being here that, I like to use this example of a car factory. So, imagine that, that you're driving a Mercedes or whatever you're driving, but then you think that Tesla Motors is an interesting company to invest in. So how would you invest in Tesla Motors? Would you buy yourself vouchers for 1,000 cars that Tesla is going to produce? And then imagine what happens to Tesla's factory if you dump these 1,000 cars vouchers on a secondary market, right? You basically are very easy driving the value of the car factory down. So the problem here is that, that the investors, in particular speculative investors, the investor wants the assets liquid, right? His intention are misaligned with the token holders, actual utility seekers, right? If I am a user of a network, I want the token to be cheap. If I'm an investor, I want the token to be expensive. You see this in Ethereum right now, which is a big problem because deploying contracts on Ethereum network is more expensive than on Amazon cloud. Because this function is, right now gas is tied to Ether, right? So this is, Vitalik, by the way, also carries a big discussion around it, right?
So again, these things can be whatever we design them to be, right? So you design them suboptimally, then they'll perform suboptimally. So we can hard code monetary and fiscal policy into these systems. Basic economic concepts like velocity of money, right? You can build these things in where it allows for speculation in the early phase, and then it brings price stability to latter stage. I mean, you're right to say most people aren't doing that, because I think most people aren't thinking about what they're building as a digital economy. Right? This is why you need economists and people who are experienced in behavioral economics and game theory, with the hindsight of the failures of something like Ethereum. This is, for example, why we invested in IOTA, because they removed the miner problem. Miners as a stakeholder group in the Ethereum economy, similar to the Bitcoin economy, have made it serve one purpose. Its utility is diminished because it's become largely a tool for speculation. In the case of Bitcoin, in the case of Ethereum, it's become an ICO platform pretty much, right? You know, it's not possible to do IoT and microtransactions and all of these other forms of utility. But that doesn't mean that you can't design your systems to perform in that way.
No, of course.
Well, I was going to say, speaking on designing the systems, like if you look at like human capital right now, there's probably maybe like 20, 30 people on the planet that really understand crypto economics, such a scale that you can sit down with them. And it takes a very long process. You know, I'm blessed enough to be in our office around all these amazing people, and I see the depth of work they have to do to even like design 2 pieces of paper and a white paper for crypto economics. But yeah, you have all these ICOs, like bing, bang, boom, done. I'm like, I don't think so.
But it's going to be such a huge, I mean, so this is what excites me the most, is that this is going to be the largest experimentation in socioeconomics we've ever experienced.
Oh, the hugest, yeah.
Right, and we can quantify how these things work. And we can create infinite derivatives thereof, because we can fork something if it's not performing, if we feel that we need to customize it for a particular niche. So I'm not concerned that these things won't be solved, because I think because it's open source, because we can quantify performance, this is the greatest hope that we can design these things to perform well. It's not one shot.
Well, I'll tell you something that scares me in this industry. So let's say I just did a token launch. The big elephant in the room, at least right now, is the exchanges. Right? They're a weak point. The government can come around, grab the founder, shut them down. The liquidity for your coin is gone overnight. Right? Yeah, you have these centralized exchanges. We're a long way from that really working out. Yeah, you got atomic swaps. Very, very long way. Most people in the game, or most people who are investing in cryptocurrencies and tokens, they want to do arbitrage, make some money, and cash on in fiat. They got to pay their bills, right? Yeah. So, like, that's a big problem in my eyes. I'm pretty sure Newfound sees that as an issue as well. Outliers where, okay, your token's on Bitfinex, or right now, it was issues with Bitfinex right now, big issue. So for me, it scares me when I see that 2 exchanges can shut down my token, and overnight, poof, the liquidity of everything in my economy is gone.
Yeah, so coming from an exchange perspective, right? So we are a regulated exchange. We're the only global exchange that is licensed and regulated in Japan. We're audited by a Big Four, right? And it's still the wild, wild west outside of Japan, right? So there's a big role for exchanges to play, especially, I think, in ICOs, right? And I think we also underestimate how market economics work. When there's going to be, there's things going on in Bitfinex, right? There's all these rumors going on. People will start moving their tokens and their assets or capital outside of there. And I still think there's too much regulation, right? So we did a regulated ICO out of the Japan FSA. What does that mean? Essentially, it's doing proper KYC, AML, and counter financing of terrorism, right? It's not about the protection if this token works or not. So the democratization of fundraising through a token sale or as an ICO, how I look at it, is here to stay, and it's going to grow. Everything in this world is speculation. From whether if it's equities or commodities or anything, it's speculation. So when people say, because we speculate tokens or cryptocurrency, it's not good, or it's securities, or we need a Howey test, or forget about it, right? It's still early. There was no ICO terminology last year. We don't know what's going to happen next year, 2 years.
There's not enough data.
There's not enough data. And that's why, from that perspective, I think there's going to be a bigger role for regulated exchanges to have a self-regulatory body where we help token sale, right, or ICOs. And we help on the KYC, AML, and CFT side. I think that's how you do it, rather than a token issuer doing a token sale on their own website, having a generic Ethereum address, when a DDoS attack happens and all of their social media are taken over and there's a new address
Even
and it gets
easier.
stolen.
This is what they do now. They clone the website and people get confused with .io, .co, .com, .ca, and they don't know the difference. It looks 100% the same.
ICO hacking is going to be $1 billion business.
Massive, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, arguably already, I mean, it already
It
is,
is,
right?
it is.
I mean, but again, it's early days, right? This is the point. And it's like really a 12-month, not even a 12-month run properly. So, you know, there are going to be hiccups on the way, and I think it's...
Yeah, that's why ICOs should happen on exchanges. And these exchanges, because there's money in, money
is
out.
your exchange insured? Or is
Not-
it in the process of getting insured?
Well, so insure is a different, I mean, do you do proper customer asset segregation? There's guidelines that are given out from the government, right? For example, E-Trade doesn't insure you, right? No, I mean, a bank's only, FDIC insures you up to 100K, right? So insured is a word that is, I think, over, like, kind of discussed. The important thing is, like, custody or customer asset segregation. How are we making sure that our customers' assets are secure and safe? Is it multi-sig cold wallet, right? All these things. And there's no industry guideline. There's no code of conduct yet. That's where
Okay,
a
so
lot of things
the parity hack, right, which is very basic sloppy code that happened. Let's say we fast forward. Should a company like that, well, Parity is a technology company, be accountable for the $300 million that is?
A smart contract should not be accountable for that. I mean, you know.
It's very difficult. I mean, that's debatable.
Right, so say if I'm an exchange, I'm running this technologies, and all of a sudden there's a bug to be found, and you know, $300 million of your customers' money on this exchange is gone.
I think everybody, I mean, I feel like we probably need to let some of these guys answer the question, but I think there's this over-enthusiasm to decentralize and automate and make everything autonomous, right? You know, we need a governance layer that has people involved. That then makes certain activities regulated activities, and we have to get comfortable with that. I think you're going to get a part of the market, the ultra-libertarian part of the market, which is going to resist that, but they're going to become increasingly fringe. And then there's going to be sensible grown-ups that want to see this industry grow. And you know, want to make sure, as you say, you know, proper custody happens and all this kind of stuff.
So decentralized, you know, so
governments can, but it's going to take a while.
Because
there's pros and cons with decentralization, right? That means, like, for example, if it's all decentralized, forget about like performance or latency or sophistication and all these things. That means you are going to be responsible for your keys and passwords and everything. And
Consumers don't want that.
And people forget those, right? While exchanges, I would say 80% of our focus is around security, right? 20% will be more around performance and compliance and all these things. So we spend most of our time to make sure that our customers' assets are secure, right? From a network hack to an operational hack, or like even vendors and suppliers, right? Well, if it's truly decentralized, yes, I mean, maybe it's not a centralized risk, but now it's the onus, and people forget their passwords, people forget their PINs, and all these things. So there's pros and cons.
Decentralization is a spectrum, right? It's not binary.
Yeah, I think that the decentralized should be the bottom level make sure thing for the whole instruction. Maybe people can choose whether I will hold the key, I will make the final decision by myself. But at the bottom level, it should be decentralized. As only in this way we can break the force of the totally centralized thing. And another thing is that I think a long history of human economic development. Each final one result is a combination of different things. So I think totally decentralized maybe not the best way to do that everything, because people are here. We are human, and the human themselves, they have structures. And sometimes they forgot. But total centralized thing is also very not very good sometimes. So maybe at the bottom level, decentralized, and there may be some centralized structure to provide service, and you can choose. And if they don't play good,
You can choose other people.
As Milton Friedman would say, free to choose.
Yeah.
But if you want institutional money and the large bulk of retail, so for large retail investors, they want protections and usability.
Yeah.
And for large institutional investors, and I don't mean just financial institutions, I mean large manufacturers, and I know a handful that are going to be investing in pre-sale tokens, probably quietly, in 2018, and they want to know custody. How do they treat this from a tax perspective? To be honest with you, they want to put that risk on somebody else's book. So if we want people to participate in this asset class, we want to grow the amount of capital in the market, then you're going to have centralized actors.
我认为 ICO 的合理性远远比合法性要重要得多。
I believe the appropriateness of ICO is more important than the legal aspect of it.
1792年诞生了美国纽约交易所，但是美国证监会是大概140年以后才有了美国证监会。
The NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange, was born in 1792, but after 140 years, the administration of the security administration of the U.S. federal government was born.
因为从社会学的维度上讲 ，ICO 将在未来几年直接摧毁以华尔街为中心化的这种传统的金融体制。
From the perspective of social economy, ICO mechanism will annihilate completely the traditional financial systems led by the Wall Street system.
这场革命的发生是因为信息的传递成本为零，接近于零造成的，在未来不会有什么有效的监管。
And this revolution would happen because the cost of the information communication is close to zero, and in the future there is no regulatory monitoring on that.
社区的力量是最关键的。如果你作假的话，你被别人揭穿的成本是零。而在过去的中心化时代，你要想揭穿一个作假，成本是非常高的。
And now the community power is the key because it costs nothing for the community to expose you if you have some fraud. But in the past, for the traditional finance industry, the exposure of any fraud is linked to high cost.
所以说，在这个市场彻底的形成之前，我还看不到有什么地方需要监管，能有效的监管。
So, in my opinion, before the marketplace formed itself, I don't believe there should be any regulatory monitoring or where there is place for that.
甚至说它的本质就是去监管。
And I think maybe you can say that the essence of it is to deregulation.
Okay, thank you. What we're going to do right now is we're going to open up questions for the audience. We'll probably take 2-3 questions. And we have a question back there. Where are the people with the mics? Mic people? There we go.
Hi. So I want to go back to the utility token nature and crypto economics, and I just want you to hear your kind of view that back in like 90s, if we designed the internet with an internal coin, how would that correlate with the adoption, and would it like foster and accelerate, and would it serve as a barrier, and how you see that kind of in terms of adoption, further adoption?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting question. I think so I always say that, we're looking at Web3 now, and Web3, because of decentralization and tokenization and fractionalization of ownership within this system, is going to enable the web to become what it was supposed to be. So, Web 1 was this kind of commons for an internet citizenship. And what happened was, because of the way it was financed through, the conventional VC equity model, and the amount of capital required to both buy market share and for computational power, It meant that we ended up with a handful of platform monopolies. And actually, that's an existential threat now, because what those platform monopolies have meant is that these platforms have amassed such a large amount of data that now we're looking at AI monopolies. It's no longer data monopolies, it's AI monopolies, to the point whereby it might be too late to catch up. So one of the areas that we're most interested in investing in at Outlier Ventures is something we call convergence, or blockchain plus. It's blockchain plus AI. I think it's one of the single biggest opportunities. And so there are a number of investments that we're making whereby we can enable the long tail of data to aggregate and to begin to kind of communally own the AI on top. And so for me, I think my hope anyway, and I don't think we can be too utopic about this, but I think my personal hope is that Web3 has the potential to return us back to Tim Berners-Lee's original vision of Web 1. It can better distribute value in that system. I think there's going to still be a concentration of wealth. We've already seen that in Bitcoin. But at least it will be better distributed. And most importantly, the kind of data commons that we're creating that's going to lead to, hopefully, an AI commons. So that's kind of the value that I think that this can bring to the next phase of the web.
Anybody else wants to add any comments or remarks?
What was this question I had?
If we had to go back in time, and if like the internet protocols were tokenized, what would it look like?
Would the web be different?
Would it be different?
I think you answered it.
Yeah.
There we go. Hole in one. All right,
Okay.
we got time for one more question.
So I have next question. Thank you guys for interesting panel. You mentioned many times that we have utility tokens and securities, but let's assume for 1 minute there is not such a thing like a utility token, because for most of them there is no product that you can use this token, and 9 of 10 these projects will never appear. So this is like security. And even if there is a product, let's say Ethereum, the most use case is just trading, it's speculation. So what do you think, there is not such thing like the token, all of them are securities?
Let me reply.
So basically what you're trying to say is, what is the use cases of the tokens right now?
No, I just say there is no difference from the
Between
point of view
between a utility
securities.
token and a securities token.
Yeah, all of them are securities.
There is, but I'm going to let somebody else answer.
Actually, I think this breakdown into utility and equity is quite misleading because people think that security tokens are kind of bad, they have to be regulated, but utility tokens are fine. It's not like that. It's not about legal perspective, it's about risk, so utility tokens can fail just as well. So, this breakdown is wrong and it should be changed, I think, eventually, because it's more about risk.
Yes, but my question is that no one is buying the tokens to use the platform. They buy to speculate on this.
Yeah, but I don't think that can be a secondary thing. So a security token is, if it's associated to an underlying asset that has value, physical asset or other, it's how you market it. If you're promising profit in return, it's a security. I don't judge the potential of tokens on the shit that's out there at the moment, so they don't build utility into it, so be it. The point is, we've been investing in a number of companies that have product now. They're actually equity-based proprietary businesses. They're open sourcing their product and they're tokenizing the value in it. So you can do it. Are most people doing it? No.
So I mean, I'm in line where if it's any financial benefits, preferences, voting rights, ownership, debentures, it's a security, right? And then we can always debate if there's a utility element or not. So maybe it's not a good way to compare equities and securities with utility, but we can differentiate or we can categorize what is a security, what is an equity. So for example, Ethereum or Bitcoin, that's not an equity or security. There's no financial benefits from the issuer itself, right? I mean, speculation is a different story. Yeah. You can speculate anything in the world, right? So there is a clear line between a securities or equity and non-securities or equity. You can debate how much of the utility it is, but that's a different topic.
Actually, if we are completely rigorous regarding this, I think that most of the utility tokens don't pass Howey test either, because it's an investment in a common enterprise. with an expectation of profit.
Yeah, but
Passive
expectations are relevant. It's how you market it, right? So if
Yeah.
you promise
It's
that
the same thing.
I can buy a ticket to a Madonna concert, and I can, and that gives me access to something, and I can sell that in a secondary market. Right? So I can buy tickets to speculate. It doesn't stop it from being a ticket to a concert.
Yeah,
so
but Jamie, to be fair, I mean, you barely buy a shoe on Kickstarter with the intention to sell it tomorrow for more, right? So that's, I guess, where the difference a little bit is. So you could do that, but it's actually not happening because both the intention of the Kickstarter campaigner and the intention of the investor is different, and the intention is what the regulator is looking at. So
they're not. They're not looking at intention. They're
They
looking.
do, yeah.
They're looking at how it's marketed and how it behaves.
That also, of course, that also, right, depends on the country then and so on, right? But the law is looking at what the intention of the agreement is and not what the word is in it. So, but yeah, I mean, I do think, however, that the tokens should be categorized differently. I think this utility has kind of gotten us all in a little bit of a strange area. But there is regulations around the world that are classifying tokens as different asset class than a security. A little bit looser regulated, maybe, depending on its function and so on, right? But distinction is not as clear, I believe. Right?
Yeah. And I think I agree with him that there is a clear definition of security token and non-security token. But actually, I don't think in the utility token is maybe utility token have less risk than security token. Although most of the countries they forbidden the security token. They don't allow security token to happen. But I don't think maybe in some occasions the security token can give us better useful function to build a good business and have less risk. So that's my idea.
Yeah, well, like in a year or two, I think there's going to be a robust equity or securities token. There's going to be countries or offshores or jurisdiction like Gibraltar or even Estonia or some countries that will embrace equity token.
Exactly.
Gibraltar is doing it in 2018.
Yeah.
Exactly, right? So it's going to happen.
Exactly.
And that's why having a lot of this discussion right now between security or it is because there's a lot of hype and
there's
as
a
you
lot
mentioned,
of
marketing.
misconceptions. I agree.
Ambiguity.
And also, I think what's worth mentioning maybe is that in the crypto community itself, these debates recently started picking up. Not on the legal level, which is not it's interesting, but it's for separate community, but on the self-regulatory level, as you mentioned, Mike, and also on the mathematical or economic models level, So Vitalik Buterin wrote this post recently about medium on exchange, which is actually proving in which cases combining the utility and investment function of one token, what it does brings the value of the network to zero, right? So there is this debate right now, and I agree it's going to be solved in the future, but this utility security distinction is kind of obsolete. I think that we should separate this from it. Yeah.
I think if you. Good.
我和他们的看法不太一样。你先来。
I do not necessarily agree with their views.
因为所有的股权和债权都是工业化时代的思维和会计制度造成的。工业化时代，就股权和债权是工业化时代的计价标准。
I believe that equity and securities are just a measurement of prices and cost in the industrialization age.
到目前为止，最大的 ICO 项目实际上是以太坊。以太坊 ETH。最大
The
的
largest ICO by far is ETH.
ETH。在这里面，我们看不到公司的影子，也看不到未来的税收的影子。
In this ICO, we cannot see the shadows of the company nor the shadows of any tax.
所以说 ，ICO 我刚才讲，它是第一次在认知层面的协作，它是一个后工业时代的产物。将来的税收的概念可能没有了，我们所探讨的所有的这些基础都不存在了。
So that's why I said that ICO is a result of a collaboration on the awareness and recognition level, and it's a post-industrialization. It happens in a post-industrialization age, and you wouldn't see all those basics like tax anymore.
I think one thing to kind of close off on it, I think Ethereum is a good benchmark, right? So I always say, until somebody from Ethereum's in jail, I'm pretty sure the concept of a utility token exists. But I think they got away with it because it was A, very early, and B, they delivered utility. I mean, demonstrable utility, right? So, but I think we're now moving into a more mature market where people like the SEC, effectively, it comes down to risk, right? And different jurisdictions feel that certain levels of risk should only be borne by a professional institutional investor. And by the way, in the UK and Europe, nobody really cares, right? We've got a very active angel investment scene that puts the US to shame, whereby pretty much anybody that says, I am an accredited investor is able to invest. So I think we also have this lens that we have to look at. Everybody looks at this from the US's lens, from the SEC's lens, which is understandable because they're the most aggressive environment, but that's a bias.
Well, we'll wrap it up over there. I want everyone to give a big round of applause for our panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, you want group shop? Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love sex and I love dancing and reclining in your backseat. You keep your friends, I'll keep my friends. Have a party in the West End. Make some money, make more money with your new friends. Throw a party. Watch your percent, watch your money, and stop acting funny. In the city, we smoke taxi. In the backseats where you'll find me. You keep your friends, I'll keep my friends. Have a party in the West End. Make some money, make more money with your new friends. Throw a party. You keep your friends, I'll keep my friends. Have a party in the West End. Make some money, make more money with your new friends. Throw a party.
All right, guys, we have another talk coming up within 2 minutes, so if you guys want to quickly go to the washroom, go to the washroom. But we do have one final talk before lunch break. It's a quick talk, so please stay tuned.
sweet 16 beat, the way you taught me, when played correctly, is weighted gently. I did one thing, just one thing, the love triangle, a love triangle. It makes my dreams sing, my dreams sing. My beats were love, see the stars deep in the night, see the stars deep in the night. I think about you all the time, I think about you all the time. Darling, if you take my hand, darling, if you take my hand, feel the magic that was mine, feel the magic that was mine. My sweet 16 beat, the way you taught me, must be walked softly, must be what love. See the stars deep in the night, see the stars deep in the night. I think about you all the time, I think about you all the time. Darling, if you take my hand, darling, if you take my hand, feel the magic that was mine, feel the magic that was mine. Got heart going, got a voice with soul in it. I never known that until we hit the road. Got loving on the mind. We should have made that last. Look at this picture, how well it's framed. I'll need your credit card and maiden name. I remember when I met you, we had a right old gas. You and I have got to get back together. Hey girl, yeah you. I've been loving what I see you do at grad school. Perhaps you'd come to lunch with me. I'm sure I'll find some time inside my diary. Now let's see. Yeah, Monday looks quite good to me. Monday looks quite good to me too. I'll see if I can book us a table someplace really, really good. I have got to get back together. sweet 16 beat. The way you taught me when played correctly is weighted gently. I added one thing, just one thing. The love triangle, a love triangle. It makes my dreams sing, my dreams sing. Heartbeats for love, see the stars.
Is it working? It's on? Are you sure? Which one? This one? Yeah. All right, good. All right, guys, so we're going to be starting the next talks in a couple of minutes. So finish up your food, your coffee, your cell phone call, text messages, etc. I actually have a question for everybody. And this question actually revolves more around security and keeping cryptocurrency. So right now, for you to go to your mother or, let's say, your father and explain about cryptocurrency, they might understand it. But I find it fascinating with this whole idea of, like, if you forget your mnemonic, goodbye, you don't have your crypto anymore. So my question to you guys going on in the future, do you think we're going to actually have solutions to solve for security issues right now? Because we can't be in a space, for example, if you have like a Trezor or a Ledger Nano, and if you forget your mnemonic for that, and maybe you have $100,000 on that, you're done. That's it. Your $100,000 is gone for life. No one can help you out in the future. So if we want mass adoption, if we want regular moms and pops and everybody around the world to get in, we're human. I forget my password every single day. If it wasn't for LastPass, I'll go crazy, tell you the truth. I have 1 million passwords to remember. My mind can't remember all those passwords. So maybe I can just kind of give you this question and we can have a dialogue over here is, do you see there's going to be a solution in the future for this whole idea of mnemonics and passwords? So you think you're going to have like third-party multi-sig people that you personally appoint in case something happens? Well, I'll give you an example. Like Facebook has a security model, which is pretty cool. Not too many people know about it. But in Facebook, you can go in your settings and actually choose 3 people or 3 to 4 people to validate you as a legitimate person. So let's say somebody does hijack your stuff. You can personally then contact those 3 people that you kind of appointed to, and they can vouch that you are the original account holder of that. So I'm kind of like, if I'm understanding what you're telling me is, that might be a possibility with EOS, where if I can personally appoint some people to vouch for me. So you're giving them collateral. Okay, fascinating. So we're going to begin shortly within a couple of minutes, just making sure the guests are here. All right, guys, we're going to start beginning right now. We have 3 amazing guests coming on the stage. We're going to have a fireside chat for opening up after lunch. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. So here we go. Our first guest, her name is Sally Paraluva, co-founder of Moeco. Second, we have Dmitry Gorlovsky, CEO and co-founder of Moeco. And finally, Stephen Chase, founder and president of EvoSpend. Guys, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, thank you. How are you? We just want to thank you again for joining us. And we're here with the founders of Moeco to discuss how can blockchain solve this IoT riddle that we have. But before we proceed, we'd like to take a look at a very short 2-minute video to tell you a little bit more about Moeco.
You heard of the IoT, and you've probably wondered what it is exactly. Internet of Things is the sum of all connected devices making your life better. A roadside parking meter that sends bills to your phone. A visitor counter in a coffee shop nearby that makes your coffee come quicker. Your dog's collar that can always tell you where your dog is. Even a smart sprinkler that waters your plants just in time. Streetlights, weather stations, smart home security sensors, delivery tracking, all these connected devices are the IoT. But connectivity is tricky. GSM costs a dime and consumes too much power. Low-power solutions like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi use only a small fraction of the total battery juice per year, but work only within a small radius around your home. The latest solution is LPWAN. With energy-efficient devices and a wide area coverage that is just what the IoT needs. However, LPWAN requires proper infrastructure. Without established roaming agreements, the world is a patchwork of networks, most of which IoT devices cannot access. Just not good enough for your smart collar-wearing dog when it's wandering into another network. Introducing Moeco. Moeco is a blockchain-powered IoT platform which unites existing IoT networks and motivates individuals to participate in worldwide deployment. Users benefit from seamless global roaming, affordable plans, and a huge selection of compatible devices. Anyone can become a Moeco gateway and IoT provider by installing a gateway to serve all IoT devices in your area. LPWAN connections are served by special gateways developed and open-sourced by us. Not only does Moeco support LPWAN connectivity, we also support Bluetooth LE for scenarios involving shorter distances and less urgency. The Moeco smartphone application enables your phone to provide service to the surrounding Bluetooth sensors and devices with Moeco software. How awesome is that? Just take your phone with you and earn money providing IoT services on the go. As a device manufacturer, you don't have to think of building a new infrastructure for your device. Moeco builds infrastructure for you. Devices work everywhere. You don't need to sign agreements with operators or gateway owners. Manufacturers could easily become worldwide service providers and sell an unbeatable package of hardware and connectivity services with consistent returns. Smart cities could become very smart very fast. They don't need to worry about IoT infrastructure. When all of the IoT services are in place, they simply make life better.
All right, thank you. All right, so for those who have... All right, for those of us who are joining, this is How Can Blockchain Solve the IoT Riddle with the founders of Moeco, Dmitry and Sally. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
So just very briefly, tell them, what is Moeco?
Moeco is a decentralized blockchain-powered platform for crowdsourcing IoT connectivity. So we don't focus on data itself, we solve the connectivity issue.
Okay. And what are the key challenges in IoT as you see them right now?
Let me take that. Well, Internet of Things is a growing field, and it is estimated that by 2020, maybe 2025, we're going to have tens of billions of devices out there, and their connectivity is key. So IoT devices are only as good as their connectivity, right? so reliable and stable connection, data connection, is what is needed. The good thing is that infrastructure that we need for IoT isn't that, like the efforts that we need to create that infrastructure are not as big as efforts that we need to create traditional networks.
Right.
So the price of that infrastructure kind of is less. However, the bad thing is that for now, currently, the technologies that are out there provide for focus on stationary objects, such as, for example, parking meters or street lights. But when we are talking about things that move, like automobiles for tracking, right? Or the color, as we saw here, the color of your pet when you need to know where your pet is. Like when things move, what we have is this patchy network of roaming agreements, which are costly. Right. They're not really fit for business use. So what Moeco is trying to do, and what we think blockchain can solve, is this problem of roaming and not really having a global internet of things.
Talk to me a little bit more about how Moeco is using the blockchain to solve that problem, just a little bit more in detail.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe Dmitry wants to go with that.
Yeah, basically, blockchain is to decentralize the things, and we truly believe that IoT is the right application for blockchain in this area. Right. We believe that, like with a blockchain, we can also motivate all participants to do their job better with the right motivation behind it. As we have the same in Bitcoin mining, so everyone has a motivation to mine Bitcoins, sell Bitcoins. The same in IoT area, we have device owners, we have gateways who pass the information to internet. Okay. And we need to motivate them right way and on a decentralized manner, so everyone could feel a part of the bigger structure. So not just like I'm connecting my device, but I'm a part of the big network, not like employee or employer. So the motivation, actually a blockchain creates a motivation right way.
Is there an existing universal solution that stands right now?
No, not really. There is no universal solution. Even the platform that we are creating is based on different blockchains. Mm-hmm. So we use Ethereum for the billing and Exonum for transactional logging and so on. It's a complex system with different business requirements that are leading to different architectural choices you need to make. Mm-hmm. I want to add to the point that Dmitry made about the motivation. So I think that Bitcoin and Ethereum, like all these early decentralized protocols out there, one of the key innovations of these protocols are incentivization mechanism for people to join in. It's a low entry barrier, and this creates an environment that's flourishing, because the low entry barrier increases the amount of people that want to join in, they have motivation, and it's exponentially growing. So the idea here is we are not innovating in terms of hardware or nothing like that. What we are doing is the connectivity that we are trying to create, also using, by the way, existing technologies like Bluetooth, LoRa, and so on. Okay. The connectivity that we are creating, it's created by design. So blockchain kind of makes it embedded, makes the fact that people are joining in a design choice.
You spoke about Bluetooth as a solution. You spoke about LoRa as a solution in a micro library, if I understand it. And you said, yeah. Tell me a little bit more about why are you using Bluetooth? Why are you talking about LoRa?
Yeah, basically, I'll tell you like few cases how we work. Like, Moeco works on top of connectivity, so we basically platform software, but when you deal with IoT, you also need to touch hardware a little bit, just a little bit. Mm-hmm. So, as we see, like there is no universal solutions for everyone. we divided all cases in two groups. One is collecting the data, big data, because AI is hungry for data. Data analysis is also hungry for that. So like we see that like Bluetooth could be a solution for collecting big data. We did it that way that we created a new kind of new type of sensor which actually can work with any phone is passing by. So you don't need to pair it in front. It can transmit the data both ways.
Right.
And we use smartphones as a gateways.
So can you imagine you can become a gateway? Anyone can.
I heard you mention, how do you manage the identity on these devices? I'm hearing you talk a lot about that. There's a lot of challenges with the private keys, a ton of, how are you managing that?
Yeah, basically I'll cover the whole picture behind us, and then we'll switch to identity. Yeah, so basically Bluetooth is distributed sensors. You can make it way cheaper than sensors using mobile networks. For example, a customer counter you can do like for $5, and doesn't fit the scenario when you need to control the device in real time. For example, like street light, because you can't wait. Someone is passing by the street light with a smartphone, and you can wait for this. So for these like scenarios, we work on top of real-time protocols like LoRa. LoRa is kind of Wi-Fi, but for Internet of the Things. It's very low bandwidth, but long distance and low power consumption.
Okay.
So, and of course, like you can't use smartphone as a LoRa gateway. So it's like dedicated router, looks like Wi-Fi router, costs actually the same, and users can install LoRa gateways and become a part of one global network. And switching to...
I'm just curious about privacy. I'm a gateway owner. Am I walking by, or I'm a gate owner, am I walking by someone and they can ping my phone? They know exactly who I am, what data they're transmitting?
Not really.
Yeah, right. So this is actually a right question. So if like all of us know, like Bluetooth beacons were created actually to track people, to understand where you are, where you were before, and all that stuff. So that's actually probably quite good question, because we actually have this question on every single conversation we do, like with our potential partners. And that actually shows like why we use a blockchain, why the whole platform is open, why we don't just use our own like dedicated server. The idea that like first of all, like your identity is not available for, if you are a gateway, your identity is not available for data owners and device owners. And we hide it actually the same way as you can save your identity in a like sending Bitcoin.
Okay.
So that's one more purpose to show like that we are platform based on a blockchain, because everyone can understand where his data is going and to whom is available.
Now we know there are a few challenges with the IoT, transparency and security. How are you dealing with security?
Like we don't innovate in terms of hardware. We use like secure elements on both like Bluetooth chips. We don't even change any hardware in LoRa devices. We just provide a piece of software which actually, let's say, sends an identity for my network. And nothing really new here. We just use what already exists.
So that means that the devices that are out there, they could be compatible with Maeco platform.
So
that already exists.
So you guys have one blockchain that you've developed to rule this whole entire system, one ring to rule them all, you say?
No. We use existing blockchains. As I said, Ethereum we use for billing.
Right.
We use Exonum for transaction logging. We don't think that there could be one blockchain.
It's not just one. You need multiple to solve these challenges. Oh, fantastic. I'm just curious on your thoughts on what other blockchain technologies you feel may be useful to this platform that you've seen during the conference.
I mean, we talk like with the guys from IOTA about analyzing the data because we don't like in our like platform we don't touch the data analysis. It's like for data scientists. We focus on the connectivity, and we are basically talking to multiple companies who are like already on the market, like IOTA and Chronicle, so they can actually be one layer like on top of us, analyzing the data. We talk to companies like Mixpanel, so they're basically quite interested in an area they can switch from like web analysis to like real life analysis of the big data.
Can you give me a case study? You have just a general case study for the audience.
Case study.
How Moeco would work?
Basically, like currently we're talking to many companies in different areas because we still like in a way to find like the key projects to start with. But my favorite one is probably like two of those. Two probably like of many. One is retail, how we can actually help retail to digitize everything and compete with e-commerce. And another is transportation. So with retail, the magic happens like on many levels. So I'll just give you a few examples. Like for example, like in Germany, the companies they are like prohibited to track people inside the shop with like web cameras. So like you can't do like face recognition. You can track people with cameras. So you need to like use simple sensors to understand how many people are visiting here, where they are going inside the shop, and all this stuff. So if you like chain retail chain, so what you can do? You can install simple sensors. You can embed like micro library into your branded application.
Okay.
So basically, your customers will work as a walkable gateway, collecting the data from your own sensors.
Okay.
And by magic also happens when your customers go outside the shop. So you collected the data from your sensors. Your customer go outside the shop, and his phone with your application start collecting data from third-party sensors. Basically, for big retail chains, it means they'll have like one more revenue stream because they'll receive money for transmitting data from third-party sensors.
And not to mention the big data analytics they receive.
Yeah, that's actually what comes on top. We don't compete with the companies who say we deal with data analysis for retail. We actually partner with them.
Exactly. Okay, that's fantastic. So now smaller retailers have a chance to fight against big companies like Amazon with their big data.
Amazon is also like goes to retail, and probably I hope Amazon will be our customer as well.
We all do. Do you have another special case study you'd like to discuss?
Transportation, maybe. Parking lots.
Okay.
That's what annoys me most of the time, is not finding the right parking lot. That's one of the use cases. It's pretty simple, right? Straightforward. One of the use cases we can tackle.
All right.
But when you think about it, there are many IoT companies out there that are trying to solve some problems using blockchain technology. However, as you said about, for example, IOTA, it's about more data analysis and data marketplace. There are companies that tackle identity of things, logistics, and so on. I'm not familiar with many companies that actually tackle the problem of kind of expanding the connectivity of the network. And the good thing about it is that this is just a foundational layer. It works together with all of the different use cases. So the service it could be anything. Any IoT use case you can think of, that's our use case.
Well, let me ask you this. We've talked a lot about how blockchain is going to change the world, right? If I have a choice in dealing with one of the old guards in a company, I don't care if it's real estate or if it's banking, and I have a choice of looking at a company that's dealing with the blockchain, I'm dealing with a company that has a lineage of trust and transparency. So we are all here to change the world, but there's something that I'd like to talk about a little bit more, is the social cause. And what are we doing? Everybody, wants to be the 1% or the 99% wants to get even. What are we doing about the underserved folks that don't have the opportunity that everyone in this room has? how are we affecting a social cause with blockchain?
Basically, let's say we can do it even this commercial way. We already talked like
Better to do it commercial way because people have economic incentive to actually.
Right. So we talked to humanitarian organizations, but the way that they actually connect us with the companies on the ground, like in Africa and developing countries, and with our role is to help them to collect as much data as possible with lower cost. And in some cases, we even create the cases where they're unable to capture the data. For example, like in Africa, you don't have any coverage of cellular network between villages.
Right.
And current smartphone penetration is above like 10%.
Right.
So if someone walks like between villages, he can collect the data from the sensors which are actually not connected to any network. And it's just like one of the examples like we do, and it's currently in development.
The purpose of collecting data is not just collecting data, right?
Right. So for humanitarian relief efforts, there are a lot of initiatives. I'm familiar with a lot of initiatives to track the temperature in certain areas, humidity, to track the water consumption distribution, solar consumption and distribution for humanitarian relief needs. They need to know where can they go when there are certain crises that happen. But the challenge is we don't have the big data to even take a look at how we can apply humanitarian relief needs. So I'm very interested. I'd like to talk to you on the side about this a little bit more. But as I understand, you'd be able to connect these remote villages and look at their analytics.
Right. So we basically work on not on a blockchain. So we don't tell like blockchain word to the companies like in Africa.
Okay.
This like said like, hey, we need to track women who actually carry like drinking water from different sources. And we actually analyze this and say, hey, this is how we can help you. So we install the sensors in, like on drinking water sources. We track actually how many people are passing by, how many people collecting the water, where they go. We saw the use cases on a very common human language, not using any words like blockchain, IoT. We don't use that.
This is you're tackling a pretty big problem, right? This is a huge challenge. And as I understand the context, it's the open source community we're looking at to help tackle the challenge of the fragmented global IoT challenge that faces us all. It takes, they say it takes a village to raise a child. And I'm wondering, where do you see the most participation needed for this platform to really scale?
Good question.
I mean, as Sally mentioned, there is big demand for big data and data analysis from different sources, in United States, in Singapore, in Africa. So there is no single point of like where it goes. So we work with the companies who do basically who work on application level.
So how can I become a Moeco? So how do I become a Moeco partner? Let's just say I have tens of thousands of folks and establishments with data that's not centrally connected. How do I work with you?
You may not even have 10,000. You may even be just you individual farmer in a remote village, and you can become a gateway and receive rewards. Okay. And it's going to be your also like revenue stream. So it's one way of ensuring that there are not only big players out there, but small players. And also we are extending the coverage to remote places because of this incentivization mechanism that we have. What you just need to do, as I said, it's very low entry barrier. You buy that, or you're going to be provided by a service provider with a gateway, which is low cost, costs much lower than existing gateways, and you install it, start transmitting messages, or you have a smartphone, and with quite good penetration of smartphones in Africa, like you can become a gateway just installing an application to your phone.
And it doesn't matter if I'm connected to the main platform.
Yeah, basically it depends who you are right now and who you want to be. And like one of the examples, like we also work with the companies who do games. Why? Because if they install like a micro library into their application, like they can become an IoT provider like on a global scale. If you have like 100 million gamers having your game on a smartphone, so you can turn the gaming company into IoT provider overnight. So they'll be like the game company with the smartphones will provide the connectivity on a global scale.
Okay, and we know the gaming world
but
knows tokenizations before all of us.
Yeah.
Very, very familiar.
But the users, of course, need to give consent to that.
And everyone is incentivized to activate on the community.
Yeah, right.
So I remember you speaking about an incentive. Can you speak a little bit more about the incentive for activating or becoming a gateway owner or a gateway? Specifically, how does that work? Is it a token? Is it a coin?
You want to go?
Yeah, so it depends to whom you're talking to. So if you're just like individual having a smartphone, you can install like my application and you receive tokens, money, whatever, for transmitting data from sensors. If you're, for example, like application owner, like game or I know like you're a transportation company with tens of million users having your like application. Basically, then you as an organization will receive them like one more revenue stream for converting your customers into workable gateways.
Yeah, and the customers could receive, so the money that this big organization receives could be converted on, like online, basically, to the artifacts, for example, in the game, or to loyalty points if it's an application of some, I don't know, retail store or whatever.
Okay. Looks like we're running out of time. I do want to take a moment and grab one question from the audience, and you were lightning fast. Stand up. That was lightning. Please introduce yourself. Hi, Nick.
Maybe the microphone.
They're running to you right now.
I'm from Australia. I'm friends with some very smart engineers and some other people who believe that the rollout of the 5G network is one of the greatest threats to humanity based on health effects.
Can you speak up a little bit?
The rollout of the 5G network being one of the greatest threats to humanity. So I'm wondering if you guys share that same view and if blockchain is able to solve that in some way.
I couldn't really hear.
You can barely hear. 5G is amazing. What are you doing to work with 5G? I need you to speak up.
The rollout of the 5G network, the effects that it has on the human body and the way it affects humans as a species. The engineers that are part of that rollout, I've spoken to some of them, and they believe that it's one of the greatest threats to humanity. So I'm wondering how you feel blockchain can help solve that, or if you have a different view on that.
Thank you for the question, Mite. You're an expert.
Just to clarify, so everyone, it's a little difficult. 5G is horrible to the human body. How are we addressing 5G on our platform?
Basically, we have an answer for this. It's quite easy. If you're like a bit aware of, like, let's say, global communication device in your pocket, like 5G, 4G, doesn't matter in terms of how does it affect your body. So the answer is like, for example, like Bluetooth. Bluetooth devices are 100 to 1,000 times low power than your mobile phone in terms of like radio emission. And by doing the decentralized platform, so like you have a network of devices, they are not connected to one central station doing like huge radio emission. Just talking to the phone nearby with a like Bluetooth, which is actually, as I mentioned, like 100 times less radio emission, and it actually affects less your body. But like we don't have any confirmation from universities or like medical organizations that 5G will harm body in some way.
All right. So we've discussed IoT and how blockchain can help this defragment, this very, very fragmented place that we're in. We talked about transportation. We spoke about retail. We spoke about humanitarian efforts. And I just want to thank Dimitri, Sally from WECO for joining us. And thank you for participating as well.
And thank the organizers.
And
Thank
Cointelegraph
you.
in Singapore.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, guys, once again, round of applause. I'm actually quite interested for IoT. See, I come from Canada, and we got really expensive cell phone plans, like stupid expensive. So I came to the airport over here in Singapore. I'm like, I need a SIM card. And I go to get my SIM, and I was shocked how cheap it is. I'm like, $15 for 100 gigs. I'm fucking paying like $200 in Canada for 100 gigs. It's ridiculous. It's a monopoly. And there's interesting companies working on solutions for IoT that can open up the doors for circular economies. Like imagine the future where we have a mesh network where, let's say you do have 200 gigs, you're not using 200 gigs. I only need 10 gigs a month. Where your product that you are buying on a month-to-month basis can now have a secondary product. So imagine looking at every product you buy, where I'm talking about data, that now you have the option through IoT and through identity and through tracking, you have the option of reselling your information, reselling your data, reselling anything that you choose to resell, as opposed to just throwing it away. Like same thing like a gym membership. How many of you here signed up for a gym and went every day? Nobody. But you still pay for it, right? So now imagine actually getting 100% value for what you pay. If you pay $80 a month for your cell phone plan and only use $40, you have the possibilities of selling that other $40 to somebody else. Which brings me to our next guest. So our next guest is Wanjun Tang. He is the CEO of Orion Coin with 8 years of asset management experience. After completing a Bachelor of Civil Engineering with Ryerson University, Jen returned to Malaysia to hone his multinational business management experience. Projects underneath his leadership flourish at commercial and residential real estate brokerage. Upon his exit from real estate, Jen returned to Canada and founded Orion Coin Computing Corporation. Everybody, please welcome Wanjun Tang.
Hello? I'm getting a little bit of nervous here. Okay. Yeah, so my name is Jen. I'm the CEO of Orion Coin. So let me begin by talking a little bit of myself. So basically, I was graduated with civil engineering in Toronto Ryerson University with civil engineering degrees. And then after that, I went back to my home country, Malaysia, to work with my fathers in real estate. Basically, developing and repurposing plots of lands into quality housing and commercial estates as a project director and asset manager. And yeah, I'm gonna skip this. Okay, so here is the outline that I will talk over the course of my presentation. So what is Orion Coin and the problems we see it and the solutions that we provide and the business model behind Orion Coin, that how are we going to push Orion Coin mainstream and to achieve mass market adoption, and the ORC platform for Orion Coin holders and the team, and I will skip the crowd sale and the agenda because of time. Okay, so what is Orion Coin? It's simple, it's conventional loyalty points, we put it on blockchain. So it's blockchain reward points. And it's a cryptocurrency. And it's a utility coin in the ORC platform, which I will get into in a bit. And yeah, the Orion Coin blockchain is the new blockchain. It's not on ERC20 token. So we do on X11. It's proof of work. The time to mine a block is 90 seconds per block. And it has a maximum of 8 megabytes block. And the total mineable is 136 million, and the pre-mine is 9.9 billion. That makes it a total of 10 billion coin. So, okay, just for comparison to the speed of Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, theoretically, they can do about 7 transactions per second, but practically they can just achieve about 4 transactions or 3 to 4 transactions per second. But Orion Coin, we can do about 374 transactions per second theoretically, but practically it's yet to be seen. We will have to wait until July of next year when we launch and publish the blockchain, then we'll know the actual speed of the transaction in the Orion Coin blockchain. Okay, so problem number 1 is we see is conventional loyalty reward programs that, you know, conventional loyalty reward programs, they have a lot of outstanding points that are not spent and that are unclaimed, and you have non-transparency is centralized network, and if it's centralized and the issuer can abuse the network and it's hackable and it's fraud, and they can issue unlimited of loyalty points that makes it no value at all. So and it's unsustainable, because if you have, that's why they make it expiration, because if you have reward points, and if there's accumulated over time, then there's a lot of points, then what basically they do, they set an expiration on all the points that they issue. If they do not do that, they cannot sustain. If everyone comes and claim the points, then they cannot afford to have the point ready for them to use. And so it's not transfer friendly because of the technology. They don't have like their own wallets or technology, and it's the usability. So they don't offer the how do you say? If they don't offer the choices for you to exchange the points to fiat currency or any goods or services of your choice. So this is the problems with the loyalty reward program. And okay, yeah. And the second problems that we see is the accessibility and liquidity of cryptocurrency. So it is hard to access to cryptocurrency. Like I hear a lot of people, they say, how do I buy Bitcoin? Or how do I access to Bitcoin? Where do I buy it? Yeah, and the second is hard exit from crypto to fiat. So if I have crypto, let's say if I'm a Singaporean, and I have a crypto, Bitcoin, and I want to change to Malaysian ringgit or US dollar, and I cannot do that because I don't have the account in those countries. So I have to change from the coins that I have in my country and then use the ATM card to draw the cash. So there's a problem, this hard exit from crypto fiat, that how can I change it back to cash? And the necessity of Bitcoin and Ether before any other altcoin. So before getting into any cryptocurrencies, basically we need to acquire Bitcoin or Ethereum before we can buy for any other altcoins. So that's the problems that we are going to solve as well. Okay, the solution is simple. Orion Coin blockchain wallet. So we are providing the blockchain wallet that does peer-to-peer transactions for our members and users, and loyalty and reward programs on Orion Coin blockchain. So just put conventional loyalty programs on the blockchain, and the ORC platform, which will provide instant cash and 3 unique features that I will talk in a bit, and the business model that we have to push Orion Coin as a whole. Okay, I will take these 3 examples of our business affiliates, 1 hotel and 1 single product who doing MLM, single T health product, and real estate developers, and the overall economy that we are going to achieve. Okay, so this hotel is actually based in Alor in Malaysia, and it's one of the business affiliates that will accept Orion Coin as payments, and they will issue Orion Coin as loyalty rewards points on the Orion Coin blockchain. And so they have a membership program for users to subscribe as well, for anyone to subscribe as well. So in other words, basically if you want to access to cryptocurrency, you have cash, but you don't have any exchanges or account linked to the exchanges, then the local people, they can always go to the hotel and subscribe to a package in their membership program and claim Orion coin. Thus, you have Orion coin, you can get it and access to the cryptocurrency market. So you can use Orion coin and trade it with Bitcoin or any other altcoins. So we make it mainstreaming. We mainstream the application. So no more conventional old-fashioned centralized loyalty point system and decentralized blockchain technology. Yes. So people are not interested in conventional loyalty point system because it has no value. So because of we issuing the points to the members, then they can have a blockchain decentralized loyalty point system. They can access anywhere at any time, point in time, yes. And as business operates, it will increase the demand, continuous demand of Orion coin worldwide once we expand it. Okay, this is the MLM tea product. This tea, basically, it can lower your blood sugar, lower your triglyceride levels and cholesterol level, and clean your livers and pancreas, basically doing the detox work. And okay, this product selling about, I just want to let you know like how the product associated with Orion coin. This product is selling at 170 US dollar. So the cost of making a box of tea is about 50 US dollars, so they still have $120 profit. So they simply take 50 US dollar of the profits, reserve it to buy Orion coin, then get Orion coin, issue it to the buyers, to the consumers. And they still have $70 left. $70, they will take a portion of it and issue it in the MLM, profit sharing, and in Orion coin. So every Orion coin is backed by cash. Okay, and this is another business affiliates, Princip to Go. They used to give cash rewards for early birds, early buyers. Now, instead of for this project, they will no longer give cash discount. Instead, they will reserve the supposedly discount to acquire Orion coin and issue it to the members, to the buyers, early buyers. So this project worth about 200 million. So that further creates the demand of Orion coin. And if the buyers wants to cash it out, they can always go to the exchanges or they can trade for fiat on our platform, ORC platform. Okay, so yeah, listing on exchanges is part of our infrastructure. So Bittrex, Bitfinex, Binance is certainly on our list, and Shapeshift integration as well. So imagine if we can assimilate the Orion coin into the economy that we lay out, like first generation economy, second generation, and ultimately to the space economy. Then Orion coin is going to be huge. Okay, this is the platform ORC platform that we are introducing. Basically, they provide 3 simple features. Send cash anywhere in the world to any account, or pick it physical cash anywhere. And the second thing is the debit and credit card, something similar to 10x or Monaco. And the buyback guarantee is another features that we provide. Okay. So here is 4 different types of cards that users can apply, any Orion coin holders can apply on our ORC platform. With 50,000 of deposit, you can have a customized type of looking of the card. And yeah, so yeah, in credit card, we are leaning, still in progress, but we are leaning in the direction of issuing credit card based on the debit card history. And because we have to vet before we issue credit card, so yeah. Okay, what if we don't have card? We want instant cash anywhere. So what you can do is you can have Orion coin, change it to cash fiat on our platform, and then request it, send it to your bank account anywhere. Or you pick up fiat almost anywhere in the world within 1 hour. It's just like Western Union, but blockchain behind it. And the buyback guarantee, okay. The price of cryptocurrency can be highly volatile from hour to hour and even from minutes to minutes. And it worries merchants. Let me give you an example. If I buy a product, if you sell me a product, I pay you with a cryptocurrency. After the transaction is completed, you found that the price of cryptocurrency drops. You cannot do anything but to accept the losses. So that worries merchants, members, and even users. So what we do is simply guarantee the value of Orion coin. So provide a guarantee baseline so to make sure that the market price will not go below the guarantee price that we provide. Okay, and the good part is, the buyback guarantee price will always trail the market price upward. So let's say if the price of Orion coin, the market price is $1, and we guarantee at 70 cents, then due to the continuous demand in the business by business affiliates to acquire Orion coin to issue it as rewards, and the demand as a utility coin to use the features in the ORC platform, just like if I want to change Bitcoin to any other coins, to any fiats at any other countries, I cannot do that because I don't have local bank account. So the only cryptocurrency that they can use is Orion coin. So they simply switch from trade for Orion coin or Ethereum to Orion coin and go to the website of ORC platform and just simply transfer the Orion coin and make the request that where do you want to pick up the money or where do you want the cash to be deposited into the account. Okay, and the demand of those two will increase the price of Orion coin. Okay. Okay. When the market price going upward, the buyback guarantee price will go upward. Why? When the demand is high, the price will go up. So how do we accommodate it? We will simply use the pre-mine, sell it on the exchanges to accommodate the demand, to cool down the market. Then we will use the profits to simply raise the buyback guarantee price. So it will always trail the market price. It will not fall, and it will continuously going upward. Try imagine. The market cap of cryptocurrencies is about $300 billion today, as of today. If just 5% of the people, which means about liquidity, about 5%, about 15 billion US dollar. If any points in time, they just want to have fast cash, they want to convert it to immediate cash, like today or tomorrow. They cannot afford to wait for the bank transfer or any business dealings on the other side. They don't accept Bitcoins or any cryptocurrency. You want instant cash. If only 5% of those people convert their coins to Orion coin just to use the features that we provide in this platform, how huge can it be? So basically, this is the team. So Drew is our mining advisor, and he's currently flying here. And I provide the vision and the direction of the coin. And Harun is the Chief and Business Development Officer, who is currently doing a franchise business and Asian fast food. Basically, he's working on an Asian fast food business model and together pushing it with Orion coin. And Ron is our CIO, Chief Information Officer, who is doing research and development in blockchain and Orion Coin. And Alex is our CTO, who is doing coding and doing a new kind of smart contracts for hardware locks, and apps. So basically, we are going to transform the world of Airbnb or Agoda, eliminate the middleman. We will, basically have the smart contract for homeowners or home buyers, to directly dealing with anyone who is willing to rent. And Carly is our marketing director, and Joel is the front-end engineer, and Clement is the CFO, who is bringing businesses to Orion Coin ecosystem. Yeah, so basically that's it. I'm not going to go over this. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
What's fascinating about this space is, obviously, if you look at statistics, we spoke about this earlier in the startup space, about 8 out of 10 companies fail. That means 80% of companies fail. And what I love about the blockchain space, even though some ideas are out there, some ideas are here, depending on how you're looking at it, at the end of the day, people are doing things. Regardless of if you think they're doing correctly or if you don't like their ideas, at least people are trying to do things and trying to create a change. One thing about that was kind of fascinating with me is, like, for example, in the loyalty point system, I have air miles, I never use it. There's a couple of reasons why I don't use it. One, I don't carry my card around. Number two, I really don't want to buy any of their stuff, tell you the truth. I want the options of buying what I want to buy. So it's going to be quite interesting in the future, where we have the option of transferring our loyalty points and carrying them to other ecosystems, especially once we have interoperability with different blockchains, whether that is Cosmos, Polkadot, Tendermint, etc. Imagine in the future where you can control your digital identity, your information, and the loyalty and the reputation points that you develop on certain ecosystems are transferable from point A to point B. That's when true information power gives you power as a user, as opposed to being stuck in a closed ecosystem. Which brings me to our next talk. And our next talk is going to be a panel. And the panel is going to be about how governmental patterns, or how the government is dealing with blockchain adoption. Our panelists, please welcome them, and they will introduce themselves for this round.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris, and I will be the moderator of this panel. Having here with me today is I have Musak and Muhammad. We hope you guys don't leave the room right now, because it's going to make us very nervous. And I know it's already 5, so stay here with us. So let me start with a brief introduction of who we are, what we do. Then we go straight into the panel. My name is Chris, and I'm from Vietnam. I have a background in finance, and now I'm moving into blockchain. I'm now working for QRC Group. We are a red tech blockchain products focused company that we do provide funding, advisory, and technical support for any company that interested in red tech products. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I'm Mastura Ishak. I'm from MIND, an acronym for Malaysian Industry Government Group for High Technology. I'm the program director for blockchain at MIND.
Thank you, Chris. My name is Mohammed Arafat, and I'm from Dubai. My company, Appla, is based out in Luxembourg. We are a blockchain platform specifically built for the government, and I work closely with the Indian government and a couple of governments in the United Arab Emirates.
So maybe before we really get to understand how your organization, interact and helping the governments in your respective country, maybe a little bit introduction about what you do in your organization with the audience. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I start with introducing blockchain as a technology for governments and educate them as how this technology can really revolutionize the operations in the government. And then going forward, we try to evaluate certain proof of concepts and build them on a platform and show it to them how it works. So, and then we go on from there.
So you are more like a really service provider and
Yes.
integrator.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. How about you, Musa?
Okay, through our Foresight Institute, Malaysian Foresight Institute at MIND, we actually realized that blockchain and both blockchain and Bitcoin was on the horizon coming from WEF. And in 2016, my CEO actually gave us the mandate to actually look into how all these things is going to move together with the other digital technologies and how it's going to impact our industries and Malaysia's competitiveness. So that's where we started the work in 2016. So in 2017, we actually, at MIND, we actually spent a lot of time developing awareness by working with industry players such as BlockTex and Access Malaysia that started in July to actually develop interest and knowledge about blockchain in Malaysia.
Interesting.
So maybe follow up on that. What is the current, point of view and observation from the Malaysian government regarding blockchain and especially cryptocurrency at the moment? Can you share with the audience?
Well, the government is looking at it and moving forward cautiously, I would say. It doesn't mean that we don't support it. In fact, Malaysia is one of the early developing countries that support the testing of blockchain as well as cryptocurrencies. We were one of the countries that actually developed the regulatory sandbox for fintech. Our Securities Commission has also started a pilot project on using blockchain with a local company startup called Neuroware.io for OTC market. And in terms of MIND, we do a lot of interactions and tagging and work as well as developing standards with other agencies under TC 307 at local level. So, we are looking at it, but we're looking at the government is looking at it with due process in mind. And if it really works to help the country, we'll probably adopt it. It goes like...
I think you didn't touch on the cryptocurrency yet.
I thought I did.
Okay. So
Yeah, okay. The Bank Negara, or our central bank, actually recently issued a regulation saying that for KYC reason, for AML reasons, for exchanges and for persons, or they say it, but it's actually for, I think more likely for exchanges to report transactions. So if you look at Malaysian case, the early part when we started our work on introducing blockchain, it was fairly dominated by scams.
Yep.
So when we first started talking to people about the good of blockchain, the good of how we can use it beyond fintech, a lot of people don't understand and just look at us and say, oh, it's both blockchain equals to Bitcoin equals to scam. So actually, having Bank Negara or the central bank to do that is actually good for bona fide businesses in this sphere to actually move forward and prove themselves to be capable of providing utilities or results in that area.
how about you, Mohammed? Any country example you would like to share?
Yeah, I'm working very closely with the government of India and the government of Ajman in UAE. Just to add on to your point, it's essential for government to differentiate between the crypto aspect of blockchain and the distributed ledger aspect of blockchain. So when we look into blockchain as a technology, the distributed ledger technology that's behind the cryptos are the one that has been established and proven to be a formidable technology. And using them in the government space is what's the most interesting aspect right now. And it can really change things. Example, in India, one of the key issue in India is corruption and land titles and land corruption is at its peak in India and heads roll for land titles. So the government of Andhra Pradesh in particularly is looking at implementing blockchain as a technology framework for bringing 100% transparency into the land land records, title and things like that. So that's a very interesting case that we are working on. And on top of that, we work with e-governments, and we are looking at blockchain as a fabric for e-government. E-governments are the entity that generally enables the other government department in their function. So we are looking at evaluating blockchain as a fabric, and other technologies sit on top of it to function as a whole.
Maybe I can add a little bit more. In Malaysia, the government supports very much, including mine. We do have some engagement with directly with industries, and our industries on their private capacity, as well as the ones with the government links companies, are actually exploring the use of blockchain in their operations, as well as the back end and everything. Even the government agencies have actually looked into this aggressively. So I think by 2018, Malaysia might have some POCs that are going to be announced.
That's good. We're gonna open an office in Malaysia soon.
Please do.
Is there any particular bad example, or like the scam that you mentioned that like quite notable in your country, that can you share? Because how it's become a scam, and what is the view of the government on that?
Okay, that's a $1 million question. But actually, you can look at the list of these scammers that have been identified to BNM or the Bank Negara's website. There is this watch list that is updated from time to time.
So we do have a watch list from the government.
Yes, and as besides that, we actually encourage people to actually refer as well to Access Malaysia, which is the platform agnostic industry reps that can actually provide you some input on which ones to actually connect and which ones that you should avoid.
Do we have something similar in India, Mohammed, or something? Some sort of same effort from the government to support the local market understanding and selection in terms of project and everything?
Well, India is a very interesting market with 1.3 billion people. And last year, the Prime Minister of India did a very bold move in demonetizing. And he went on to devalue the currency notes of 500 and 1,000. And he introduced a new system. So his aim, the Prime Minister's aim is generally to move towards a digital economy and also a digital currency. So India is also evaluating the aspect of using an e-rupee per se. So basically, the government wants to know where the money is being produced and where it's being spent. So 100% KYC and AML is what we are trying to achieve from that particular aspect.
Continue on your maybe your example. How was your journey in interacting with the government? Was it hard from the beginning? Because I'm pretty sure even it's still difficult for tech company to explain about blockchain to another tech company. True. So how does it plan out back in India when you first start all of the interaction?
Well, I've been interacting with not just in India, in Turkey, in the 7 Emirates of UAE, and I must say the journey has been very awesome because the governments are not a closed door. Like it's difficult to access governments, but with blockchain, they really want to know what it is. So the minute I say we are a blockchain consulting firm, the doors are open, and then we walk in, and then the first approach is we look at educating the government on what the underlying principles of this technology is and how it's differentiated from the crypto aspect, the currency aspect, to the distributed ledger aspect. So the governments are generally looking at 2 directions, if you can broadly classify them. So the first one is how to regulate the crypto domain, and how do we evaluate the transition of fiat currency towards a digital currency. So that's one part, and it's a wait and watch game, and it's a very new domain. But the other key aspect is looking at the world's economic conditions, challenges, the rate at which things change. Distributed ledger and the blockchain technology for the government is something that really helps to have a very agile economy. So those are the 2 ends that we're working on.
I think you mentioned about Malaysian government is one of the kind of pioneer in the area of get the cryptocurrency regulated. So how do we move in that direction? And I mean, if you have a chance, like to really define and differentiate between crypto and give it a definition, how do you define it?
Actually, there's many ways to define or to differentiate or decouple blockchain from crypto itself. Crypto itself is the first successful applications of blockchain. So that itself has helped the technology to become very, very famous, very fast. But actually, if you're talking about crypto, we're going to go back to refer back to the central bank and the ICOs and the tokens. We are going to have to talk to Securities Commission in Malaysia. But once you start talking about use cases, for example, in aerospace industry, which might actually help to develop, you're going to have to go and refer not to these people, but to NetCap certification, which is standards for the sectors, or you have to look at cabotage policies when you do use cases in shipping and shipbuilding, and so on. Even identity and stuff, you have to start looking at what TC 307 or what other committees in ISO is talking about. So, for a country like Malaysia, all these things are very important because we know, especially like standards, they actually can be used as a non-tariff barrier if not managed properly, right? So even if we look at blockchain, we are looking at a bigger picture, not just like from one area or one perspective in that sense. I think is that what you meant? So there's many ways to go about it. It's not just about cryptocurrency, but we see a lot of new emerging cases, which I think can be very, very useful, especially for in the ASEAN perspective. And I think a lot of use cases that needed to be developed must look at from the country's perspective in what is challenges and stuff, and not so much from the supply side, it's on the demand side.
So I have this question for both of you, actually. So in a lot of the country is trying to regulate cryptocurrency right now. There's a debate of how we classify cryptocurrency into, is it securities or is it in gold or what is it? I mean, maybe I start with you first. I mean, from your perspective in all of the country you work with, what are their view and everything on that?
So in the space of cryptocurrency, governments are taking a very cautious step. They're looking at evaluating the entire domain because it's a new domain. It's just up. It's a new asset class. It's a new investment class. So they're waiting and watching what's happening around the world and what's happening to this Bitcoin. I mean, it's setting new pace, new records, and new heights. So crypto is a space. It's a wait and watch, and certain governments are taking initiative as well. U.S., Singapore, and South Korea, and Japan, and things like that. Yeah, so governments are on the wait and watch, but they are closely watching it. They want to capitalize on this particular economy as well.
I think I know you have personal opinions on this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. I think as far as the government is concerned, we should wait for the next announcement from our central bank, the Bank Negara Malaysia. But personally, I'm now speaking on personal capacity. It's very interesting as we do studies, or as I go through the development of the industry itself, that Bitcoin and cryptos, the other currencies, actually doesn't fit in any of the current definition. I mean, it jumps as you go through the use cases, right? So I think one of the main thing about this crypto is that it helps to create new economy.
Exactly.
New economy, so you can call it blockchain economy that did not exist before. So why do you have to limit yourself and say, I'm M0 in terms of economics, or M1, or even a part of M2 or M3 or M4? Why don't you just call it like M5, or if you prefer C1, right? And say the world now has all this M4 plus C1, which is a bigger pie for everybody, especially when you talk about financial inclusion. When we talk about financial inclusion again, I think I have an opinion. Usually people talk about using cryptocurrency to send money from unbanked people, But for a country like Malaysia, with more than 80% people are bank, this is not relevant. So if you come in with a fintech solution and say, hey, here, I have things for to unbank, to help your unbank, it's not going to work. There's no incentive for people to change. So for Malaysia, how do we look at things, right? That's what we call our B40, the bottom 40, people that needs help, actually. Lower, they're not really in a very bad position, but we identify that so that we can help them to improve their lives. So, and then there's 90% of businesses in Malaysia actually SMEs. So if the people with solution in blockchain can come in and actually help this section of the economy or the people, you're on a winning streak already.
True.
So it has to be thought about when you, not just Malaysia, maybe Vietnam and all other, about what we really need. Rather than, here I come to you with this solution from first world perspective. I think we can just plug and play this solution. It's not going to work like that. A lot of work, fine-tuning needs to be done. That's why.
So, in the eyes of the working for the governments, is there any particular or, advice or how the journey, of the blockchain startup should look like, or how do they do when they come to government entities? What should they prepare, to get what they want and, in the journey of interaction with government entities?
I think the most important thing is to keep engaged. And they can join organization like Access in Malaysia, which can actually help them, because Access keeps engaged with BNM and Might and a lot of MDEC and a lot of Magic, a lot of government agencies that are directly and aggressively looking at the technology itself. So from different perspective.
Yeah.
So, that will definitely help them in actually moving forward.
How about you?
Well, my perspective, blockchain is the most important technology stack at present for governments, because with blockchain it brings in the capability of completely embedding it's the only technology wherein you could create something called smart laws, wherein your constitutional legislation can be converted into codes and implemented as a fabric over the entire economy. So the advantage that it brings in is it gives the government the agility to react to market conditions, as in to instigate a specific industry, to regulate a specific industry, change direction as per the market conditions, and incentivize behavior. So with cryptocurrency, one of the key aspects is it gives the government the ability to incentivize behavior. So with money that you can program, with programmable money comes, you basically can get people to behave and incentivize them to act good and act in a particular manner. So it's a fabric. It goes across the entire government sphere.
One question for both of you as well.
Yeah.
Any interesting initiative in your respective countries that, like a blockchain startup here can tap on, or they should be aware of? Any movement or initiative?
Okay, maybe you can start first.
Well, in India, we are creating, with one of the government, we are creating the underlying fabric, and we are inviting startups over to function on their key areas, capabilities, right? So there would be the government fabric, and a startup would come in and say, hey, we are expert in this area. So they plug it onto the government fabric in that particular area, and thereby creating a technology stack by itself. So there could be an IoT framework for security. There could be for all the use cases for governments applicable. So each startup would have their niche, their specialization, right? And they can fit into the government fabric. So that's the way governments can look at working.
So right now in India, who start the movement first? I mean, in terms of product-wise,
Yeah.
the startups or the government initiate that?
I would say it goes hand in hand. So we are fortunate to be working with the government of Andhra Pradesh and Mr. Chief Minister of that particular state, the president of that state, is Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, a visionary. He's the one who brought in e-governance to India in 1998, 1996. So he's the one who heads the e-government for the entire state of India. So the plan is to implement this particular technology stack in that particular state and then to move it across the whole Indian geography. So, yeah.
Well, there isn't any particular initiative that's, specifically on blockchain. But in Malaysia, there are organizations like MDEC who actually champions digital economy, and actually champions e-commerce. Some of the use cases in blockchain would involve e-commerce. So these are some of the good opportunities that actually they can join. And there are organizations like Magic, which actually champions things for startups. So they would have a lot of contacts to go and use. For Might, which actually works at industry level. We don't really do like individual companies. There would be some industries that are key to Malaysia, like energy, transportation, and all these things. We come from bottom up. And if there are opportunities there, we'll just invite people. I think preferably a lot of these startups will come up and tell us, what specific areas of the problem that you can actually resolve with your solution. I think that would be a lot easier. But can I also give an opinion? I think like for countries like Malaysia and a lot of Southeast Asian countries, there are a lot of opportunities for blockchain to help, especially in terms of audit trails and all these things, halal certification, for example, Sharia compliant things. That's the government is looking at it through some of the universities as well, which is not being looked at other places. I told you earlier about how Hello Gold actually managed to solve the problem of pawning of gold in Southeast Asia by having it on blockchain and making it transparent. These are the kind of things. And I saw earlier there was an ICO for an exchange for commodities. These are some of the new areas that I think people should start thinking about it like this. And in Asia as well, we have some problem with transshipment. Maybe lesser known countries having their stuff go to a transshipment center, and once it goes out, it becomes branded as something else from a third country. Right. So if you can help the small countries in this sense, that's going to be totally different than what we know contributions of blockchain as now, because we're looking from a different perspective. So you need to deep dive inside the country and see how the culture, the work, the challenges, and everything, and come in from that side. I think there's a lot of winning areas there.
And I think I just want to add one point as a point of a service provider that most of the application on blockchain in generation 1 was always born with some sort of cryptocurrency together with it. But in the next few generations, there's not necessary for you to really combine the tokens or the cryptocurrency together with it. Just utilize all of the advantage of blockchain and build application on it. I think then government will be easier to accept these application. So maybe anything else you want to share with the audience before we let the audience have any questions for the panel today?
And not me, I'm waiting for the questions.
Just adding on to the point where the government and startup partnership would really work. So when it comes to technology, I mean, mostly the big five or the major corporations, they implement the entire government infrastructure, and then the government is dependent completely upon these corporations for any sort of changes or any sort of further implementation. But with startups, they're flexible, and blockchain is a new area, and like we discussed earlier, a startup focusing on one particular area could build in the expertise around that, and also build in the They should work in with the local population in building the implementation capability so that the economy is built and it's sustainable and it flourishes. So it's a partnership between governments and startup, and blockchain is the most interesting space to look out for on that end.
Agree. So our audience, do we have any questions for our panel today from Malaysia project?
I have one here,
Okay.
but I want you to comment on opinion because I think there's too much of technical guys here in the field, and the clients, governments, they are not technical at all. So should we change the positioning of the blockchain within these target audiences to communicate the blockchain that will solve their needs, like be more efficient, cut costs, generate more money for the budget, be innovative like Estonia, etc. How we should approach governments from the perspective of key messaging of the blockchain and practical value for the government from the side of blockchain? Thank you.
Well, for governments and the blockchain for governments in general, what's most important as of now is the education drive. To explore and to educate not just the government and every single stakeholder involved pretty much in this ecosystem. So education is very important, and content creation in that particular area is a key way of addressing things. And not just that, we are facing a skill crisis, not a job crisis. So there's a huge shift between the way things are done and the way education is being done. So most of us have our latest gadgets, but the education industry is still built on the 19th century. So when is that going to progress? And to add up on that particular point, it should trickle down into university courses. It should trickle down into the management degrees and the computer science degrees, that these are the running technologies, these are the upcoming technologies, and this is what you need to be aware of. And 60% of the employers believe that just a degree certification is not enough, and the the student is not equipped enough after a certification. He needs projects, he needs more specific training. And there's where we see that huge gap that needs to be bridged, educating.
Just to add on the education part, if you want to prove yourself as the a country pioneer in terms of blockchain and the first mover as well, part of the effort has to be you putting effort in providing training and education services for the community as well. So that's one of the areas you should focus.
True.
So thank you guys. I think this was a very insightful panel. So thank you for both. Thank you, the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been loving what I see you do at grad school. Perhaps you'd come to lunch with me. I'm sure I'll find some time inside my diary. Now, let's see.
Once again, give a round of applause. I find it funny sometimes because obviously if you look at the evolution of Bitcoin, it has a very strong libertarian philosophy behind it. In fact, probably one of the biggest proponents, or majority of the biggest proponents in the industry, have a very strong libertarian, let's say, ethos. But dealing with governments, I've been talking to a bunch of different governments around the world. In fact, blockchain offers them the perfect solutions for all their problems if you really think about it. For example, United States, 40% of taxes are unpaid. Whether that is invasion of taxes, whether that is, for the most part, people don't even know how to file taxes properly because of one complicated system. Or the third basket, people just don't want to pay taxes. Now imagine if you have a crypto greenback where it's mandatory M1 money the government forces you to use. They know exactly where you're using it, they know exactly what you're doing with it, and automatically they take taxes from you. And this is something that I think governments will like. And I think in the future we will see renminbi be crypto, greenback will be crypto. Because when you really think about it, what is Bitcoin? When anybody can go on the open ledger, see exactly your transactions, see exactly what you're doing. This is wonderful if you're a big government bureaucratic agency, because you want to track exactly what everyone's doing. So it's going to be really interesting in the future when we're going to have the optionality, because right now if they do that, we have the option of using Bitcoin instead. We have the option of using Monero. We have the option of using Ethereum. For the first time ever, it's an optionality choice as opposed to a forced choice of just using one thing. Once again, going back to laissez-faire capitalism, let the best system or the best economy deliver the best results for you. So our next speaker, his name is Paul Nazarov. He's a co-founder of notable startup experience, Allocure.com, co-founder responsible for business development for the FCG, Transaction Service and Value Advisory, corporate experience at the Man Acquire Group, Infrastructure for Fund Management, and Mubadala Development Company of Sovereign Wealth, and also the NRG Capital for the middle market private equity, and the Holohan Loki middle market investment banking. Please, everybody, give a huge round of applause for Paul Nazarov.
This is the clicker. Okay. Good afternoon. It's late in the day. So let's change gears a little bit and talk about cars and the automotive sector. My name is Paul Nazarov. I'm the co-founder of a company called Carfix. Carfix is the issuer of VLB tokens, and we're currently in our ICO. We started 2 days ago. So we're going to talk about cars, and we're going to talk about one of the biggest idiosyncrasies and one of the biggest paradoxes in the automotive sector. But since this is an ICO forum, before I start, I want to frame the discussion around the following concept. An ICO, in our mind, is an early stage IPO, and it should be treated as such. So when investors look at these projects, they need to be mindful of the same things you're mindful of when investing into equities or investing into IPOs or investing into venture deals and so forth. So should be looking at things like institutional governance, should be looking at things like does the company have results? Is it funded? Does it have business, and in this particular case, blockchain partners? And what is the founder's track record? I will get to all of these points at the latter part of the presentation. So the auto industry paradox. Auto industry is one of the most sophisticated industries in the world. It has technologies such as self-driving cars, electric motors, highly efficient combustion engines, mobility platforms, and so forth. But when it comes to consumer experience and to the experience that the drivers receive, it's a pretty miserable experience. And it's the process that lacks transparency, and there are many ways to streamline it. Consumers very often don't see car history when they buy used cars. The costs of owning vehicles is quite unpredictable sometimes. There is a lot of rampant fraud in the market, and very often when you take your car to a repair shop, it's a black box. You don't really know what you're paying for or what you're getting. On the industry player side, the problems are even more extensive. I'll give you just a few examples. Automakers, they're faced with significant warranty management costs. So automakers pay about 30% of their warranty costs are due to either fraud or just inefficient operations at their authorized dealers. There are massive recalls, very painful in terms of PR, very painful in terms of expenses, and recommended price enforcement, and so forth. On the repair side, idle capacity, client attrition are all issues that are faced by both authorized and unauthorized repair shops. Insurers incur significant costs in claim management. The single biggest operating expense item for insurance companies is claim management. About a quarter of their operating costs are due to claim management. And OEMs Again, very similar problems to automakers, warranty enforcement, and so on. So how does blockchain help these issues? Well, there isn't a single automaker in the world, and there isn't a single advanced automaker in the world that's not toying with the idea of blockchains and of putting their supply chains on the blockchain to track the sources of their materials, the sources of spare parts, and to identify which vehicles they get installed in, and to identify the history of creating the vehicle. But those blockchains, they end as soon as the car comes off the factory floor. And this is where we come in. We currently have a functioning business, and we have operations that pick up when the car comes off the factory floor and is purchased by the first consumer. And we are working, we have designed and we're working to implement a blockchain that captures the vehicle life cycle from the moment it's produced to the moment it's recycled. So we can track it from owner 1 to owner 2, ultimately to the junkyard. We can track who insured this car. We can track if there are any liens on the title of this car. We can track maintenance history. We can track collision history. We can track whether or not those collisions were properly repaired. So this creates a lot of value for all industry constituents, not just for the car owners, but for industry players as well. Now, let me define the vehicle life cycle industry. This is the industry that the vehicle life cycle blockchain is targeting. It includes sectors such as auto insurance, auto finance, spare parts, auto lending, and of course, auto sales. And collectively in Europe and in America, this industry is worth about $1.8 trillion per year. So it's a massive, massive opportunity that is ripe for disruption in terms of consumer experience and in terms of operating efficiencies for various industry players. We founded Carfix 18 months ago, and since the creation, we were able to build an application layer of software and an ecosystem that allows various industry participants to interact with one another. So we have, in our system, we have currently over 500 repair shops, which were selected by us or monitored by us. Some of them get disconnected. New ones get onboarded again. In 18 months from zero, we have served over 250,000 customers. We have 10 distributors in our system, and we have built relationships and integrated with fleet management companies that collectively manage over 2 million vehicles. We're currently working on interface software for the insurers, for auto manufacturers, and for auto lenders. And that's where the blockchain comes in. We are raising money. We started raising money 2 days ago, money being Ether, to create a vehicle lifecycle blockchain, which would streamline these interactions and create additional transparency and significant benefits that can solve some of the problems that I talked about at the beginning. So the way this blockchain works, it's designed, it will be built on a utility token protocol. All the industry participants will be required to attach a token to a transaction when they record it, and in exchange, they'll be able to access the encrypted data on the blockchain and receive either customer flow or cost-saving opportunities from using the data. These tokens will be used as fees to validate these transactions and forge them onto the blockchain by POS nodes. POS nodes can be either the industry players themselves or that can use these tokens later on to keep recording transactions, or they can be nodes that have other purposes, but can then sell these tokens to industry participants, again, through various exchanges. This is how we will deploy the vehicle lifecycle blockchain. We have partnered up with one of the most prominent names in blockchain development. It's a NASDAQ-listed company called Kiwi Blockchain Technologies. This company became our investor in round B and in the ICO. They have allocated quite a significant team to help us design the blockchain and build it. Initially, during stage 1, the blockchain will be built and implemented within the confines of the CarFix ecosystem, the existing ecosystem. We will act as a moderator, and we will address any problems that arise and make sure that the system is functioning. The tokens are being utilized, they're being recycled through the system, and that there's value created for token holders from day one of blockchain deployment. Upon creating some critical mass, we intend to decentralize the system. We intend to cease being the moderator and allow other industry participants to act as POS nodes to validate transactions. I think this is very important because building a blockchain is not that complicated. What's complicated is building the ecosystem and building the application software on top of the blockchain that would actually create a use case and would create value and drive valuation for tokens that are used in the blockchain. What's also very interesting about the auto industry is that some of the industry participants are international. They don't have borders. You know, a Volkswagen in one particular market is the same as the Volkswagen in a different market. And if the ecosystem works for a car manufacturer in one market, then this industry participant can become a springboard into a different market and can create their own ecosystems that are completely independent of CarFix. When I started the presentation, I tried to frame your mindset about what it means for us to do an ICO and the levels of transparency and the standards that we apply to running the ICO. So we created CarFix 18 months ago. We raised money from institutional investors. There are 12 institutional investors that invested over $6 million in round A. We have a very transparent shareholders agreement with them, so it's a proper governance structure that is very strong and very transparent. We have achieved the results that I told you about, over 250,000 customers, 500 repair shops, functioning ecosystems, industry participants and consumers transacting with one another through software that's already been built. And now for the ICO, we have partnered up with very prominent blockchain experts. And in our existing business, we have built relationships with also kind of brand name industry participants. So on the blockchain side, as I mentioned, it's Kiwi Blockchain Development and IBM Blockchain Labs. And on the business side, some of our most prominent partners include Uber and FleetCor. Both of them are customers. FleetCor is one of the largest fleet management companies in the world. And well, Uber does not really need an introduction. In terms of our track record, we have 3 co-founders, Oscar Hartman, Vlad Lupenko, and myself. Collectively, we've been entrepreneurs. We've worked for major organizations around the world. We've managed funds. And we have, previously, we have 2 successful automotive companies. So we were early investors and founders in a company called Auto1. and in a company called CarPrice. Both of them are online used car trading platforms and auctions. Auto1 went on to become a unicorn. It's $1 billion company in Europe. And CarPrice, it's about 4 years old, and it's a very prominent platform in Russia and in Japan. We've also worked for BMW, and Macquarie and Mubadala are kind of major institutional investors and fund managers. So to conclude, we started the ICO on November 27th. We have support of major institutional investors that are investing in the ICO, and we look forward to having any one of you as one of our investors in this process. And now I can answer any questions if you have them. Please. For the question is, what is the minimum amount? Well, the minimum, there's very small minimum amount if you're a crowd investor, but for larger tickets of 100 Ether and more, we're offering special terms. So if you are looking to invest more money, please contact us. It's on the website, and we will offer you a special terms. Okay, well, thank you very much. It's late in the day, and enjoy the rest of your experience here.
The next couple of years are going to be really interesting as we see established companies try to figure out their positioning in this space. Because obviously, for example, let's look at the Kodak situation that happened, let's say a decade ago. Kodak invented the digital camera. Like, nah, this will never take on. So they bury it, and guess what? Kodak's not around today. They don't exist. So companies are scrambling around to figure out, wait a second, if my company is a rent-seeking company, or if my company is a middleman company, that means the statistical chance of me going out of business in the next decade or so is high. So what do I do? And obviously, they're trying to figure out, how does blockchain play a role into my ecosystem? Can I tokenize, et cetera? So I think the next 5 years is going to be really fascinating to see these well-established companies, whether they're doing $1 million in revenue, whether they're doing $50 million in revenue, try to adopt some variation or some aspects of the blockchain and tokenization. Which brings me to my last point. You know, we've been having amazing speakers today. I know many of you are tired, but our very own Adi will give us some closing words for you today until we see each other tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Samir. Maybe you can stay with me. Why not?
Sure.
We can have some kind of a discussion before we end the first day.
Sure.
Yeah, so you were at the stage for the whole day.
Yeah.
Do you have any conclusions?
It was a long, busy day, many interesting projects. I am still going to state this, and I've been to many conferences this year. I think the hype and the fantasy of what blockchain can do is outpacing the reality of this technology. You know, with BlockGeeks, our job is to train developers online. We're the world's biggest online educational hub. We have about 3.5 million visitors on our website per month, and right now we're training 6,000 students online. You know, our statistics state that there's about 400 to 600 legitimate full-stack developers that understand blockchain, and maybe only about 20 people on the planet that understand crypto economics to such a high level. But yet we have $2 billion plus raised in ICO money. Where's the human intellectual capital for that? It's not there. That money cannot be deployed anywhere. So my biggest fear right now in this space to any ICO or any startup is, where's the human beings to actually solve your technological needs? That's my biggest worry.
Thanks. Yeah, and my closing words for the second day will be, it's not like standard words like about the exhibitors or something. I just want you to make conclusions based on what you see, on the companies presented in the whole, on what actually is built upon the blockchain now, and what will be in the future, right? So just make your conclusions. I hope that the stuff that you see will really help you in your business, maybe in your life. Maybe, I don't know, some of you will become investors, entrepreneurs. Some of you are actually not from the blockchain community, as I know. So the main thing is value. And I hope that today's first day was valuable for you with networking, with meeting thousands of people. So, yeah, bring the value. And thank you so much for the first day. Now, everyone can take some rest at 8 p.m. We have a Pay with Crypto after party. It's a Skyline Lounge. Actually, you can even pay with Ether there for your drinks or for something. So, yeah, you can. Yeah, it's Singapore, so, you know, they have some bars like that, and it's a rooftop. So, yeah, if you have still some power inside, join and experience the drinks for which you will pay with Ether. So thanks for the first day, and see you tomorrow, guys. Thank you.